30 seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Hey, we're live. Finally.
Oh, yeah.
I was sent by God to detract against Acolyte. Angus, you are correct. You're up a goalpost. Look how excited you are to detract the Acolyte. Well, by detracting Acolyte, I will inadvertently be detracting the zeros, like your friend, Mr. Eric July, and his prison buddy, Nerdrotic, and people who should be in prison, like Critical Drinker for his horrible grifting ass versus ass face heel, all those zeros. But sorry, I am late. Rookie is not, but I am. So got a little ditty for you.
You're late to work, who gives a fuck? It's your life, bitch! Fuck you, boss, I'm late! What you gonna be doing about it? I said I'm late! You gonna fire me? There's no one else here, bitch! I'm late! You gonna fire me? That's cute! Late!
I'm fucking late. I saw that. I was very happy to have found that. Very happy indeed.
Tis
Rookie.
hilarious.
Rookie. So people don't know. It was late. I fell asleep during Acolyte.
I was going in and out, honestly. I was like, I'm like, okay, that's happening. Oh, no, stay awake. What's going on? Okay, I don't know. Okay, stay awake. Oh, shit. Okay. It was very difficult, and there's nothing grabbing me into the show going, wow, this person looks cool, or this is fun or awesome, or anything interesting. I'm just like, God, they really succeed at making Star Wars bland. Extremely bland.
That's the thing. Like, Ahsoka, like saying about Boba Fett and his bad writing or bad delivery. For me, the second half of the show, pretty much loved all the Tusken stuff. Mandalorian, Mandalorian season 3 just really lost the plot, but it felt like it had an energy to it. You have an ebb and flow, but it had an energy to it. So, it's funny. Rookie's like, "Oh, this is bad," whatever. I'm like, "Oh man, you don't. you should like enjoy the chickens you got. Before they. I'm trying to figure out like a dumb like Bush fuck up of the count your chickens before they hatch kind of." I'm failing worse than George Bush.
No.
But anyway, oh shit. Got to christen this stream off properly, Rookie. We've kind of failed to do so as of late, so be sure to get your drinks ready, people. If you're watching the replay, do it in spirit. You know what time it is.
The Horn of Ceremony.
That's right. Gonna raise my horn.
Glug, 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 glug. Don't choke.
That'd be a funny bit. Just like keep like somehow have something tied to the back where it just keep flooding my face.
Yep. Just recycles the liquid as it falls still.
And there we go.
This concludes the Horn of Ceremony.
Yeah, so Rookie, you seemed really happy with you somehow didn't finish the Acolyte, and I beat you to it. So you're not happy?
It's really lame. Like, Ahsoka, they're all lame in different ways now. It's funny. There's like each Star Wars show is managed to be lame in different types of ways. Like Ahsoka's was like they literally had just many minutes of nothing happening. Like literally was characters look at each other and they stare at each other and nothing happens. Boba Fett had a lot of silly nonsense. Just all these crazy things. This show, like, is really trying to be cool. Like, it thinks it's really cool. It's like, oh, look, there's a lot of movements with fighting and force stuff and weapons and like, whoa, and the characters are worried and we think there's a mystery, but we unveil the mystery immediately. Like, the twin thing could have been revealed way the fuck later. There's a lot of things that could have happened later, honestly, already. I'm just like, just falling asleep. They try to open to try to sound cool. Look, we're in a boring cantina, and then we're gonna have a fight. She's gonna approach the person she wants to kill, and it's like, fight me, bro. And then she kung fu fights all these people, and then kung fu fights her, and then it's like I'm just like falling asleep. I'm just like, God, I don't know what the appeal is. Like, it's just, is it just because they're fighting? Is it supposed to be cool? And then they use the force, and I'm like, for some reason, the more it's used, the less cool the force appears to be. Like, a lot of people complained about it in the prequels being used too much, but I feel like they used it properly, like the proper amount of ways and times. And this,
I don't watch the prequels.
I don't know.
Like, wow, this is too much.
Like when they use the force on each other all the time to literally grab each other. I don't know. Something about that's like weird to me. Like that can happen. And that happens a lot in the shows. Like, I don't know. Something about that just seems off. I don't know. There's a lot of thoughts that come to how lame this is. You share some of yours or anything I commented on or something, because
I guess to more expound on. I was saying this like live with Rookie, watching this over the phone. I heard I haven't watched much of anything with Acolyte, but I finally started tuning in. Of course, everyone in our sector of, these zeros are really just crying about like libs of TikTok pandering kind of shit. Oh, think of the children. Like, I would never expect Drunk 3PO to have such like a fucking gay ass take as reaching so low. Like, he seemed to be above his peers, like Gapes and Garglers and Ryan and whatnot, Drinker. He seemed above their easy fodder of like, oh man, they got a gay person in it, so hey, we should hope it fails, because think of the children. This isn't family friendly, It's so low. He always seemed to be above it, and I appreciated that. Where it's like, I never quite understood, like, given his delivery, I never understood why he would want to interact with these people aside from money. Take some of their money, put it towards something good, actually, instead of just lining their pockets. So I'm like, I mean, okay, whatever. I see, like, pragmatically the value of hanging out with them for siphon their money, put it to charity. Cool. And you make stuff that's like better. So yeah, I'm just so shocked really by that. He's finally just like showing who he is, and it's like, yeah, he's a zero. But what's really annoying with this show is, like, we watch Kung Fu, like Kill Bill. It's like exaggerated spectacle. Crouching Tiger, it's spectacle, where it's like, yeah, these are proficient in like karate artists, but like, let's like just have them, choreograph the most insane matched fights, that are like humanly impossible to like have it this proficient and unexhausting, it seems. Star Wars, though, whether it's not the original trilogy or the prequels, when they're at their height and their proficiency with the weapons and stuff, and they're showing it through the spectacle of choreographed fighting, everything feels real. It feels like, oh fuck, like, you don't get hit by these sabers, man. If there's a weight to it, and there was a progression in the choreography of like, they are tired because they're literally throwing their weight behind all these blows and shit.
Usually the environment is a huge factor in their battles to also tire them out, make it difficult, make their styles different or something. Whatever they're doing, it's affected by where they are.
Yeah, and also they have, I want to say in all three of them, all three films, the prequels, they have scenes of like physical interaction, trying to best each other, get like a one-up, punching and kicking in the face and stuff.
Yeah.
Or using environmental factors, whether it's like the volcano or grabbing something from the walls or something. Vader did that shit, but otherwise they feel like they're still human, like they have some enhancements and like superhero ability, but they're still people, they still get tired. They're still prone to, Jango Fett, a human bounty hunter, can take on Obi-Wan. He has strengths with his equipment and his know-how of bounty hunter over Obi-Wan. They're kind of evenly matched for different reasons. That's fun. It's kind of like samurai versus Viking. Like, who would win in a fight? It's like, well, they do different things.
Well, it's like these big lasers and things like are heavy and difficult for him to counter, so it affects him and neutralizes him a bit. And then flames. He can't just walk into a flame or block that with a saber. So.
Mace Windu's the number 2 guy. Jango Fett just walks up, burns them, and goes pew 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 pew.
Yeah, but it's like, there's these different effects here, and when they're brawling, essentially, like, he can't just headbutt Jango and win. Like, he's gotta use different techniques, but it felt raw. Nobody was doing, I am kung fuing on you, and you punch me, and I block all these things. It's like, I don't know, that they put so much energy as like Force users and Jedi, whatever, into all these other practices. Like, I think it makes sense that they don't have like mega hand-to-hand combat skill. They rarely seem like they would usually be in those, and even then their brawling skills seem to be like enough on like comboed with their Force and stuff. Like, it seems like it's usually good enough. I don't know. Like, and that's what's good. That's what feels good about it. Like, it's, again, I love it when he kicks Grievous and he's like, like, his foot, like,
my fucking knee.
Like, like that is great. But then in like the Star Wars shows, I think in like Ahsoka, she's literally punching droids in the head with her fists, and it's like, what the hell is that? Like,
Oh
where's the
God.
ow? You're a metal thing. I just put all the force
Oh.
into with my broke your hand or something. Like, I don't know, just nothing. You feel like you could get crushed ribs and stuff, and all these things. But then
Yeah.
when these, I don't know, just seeing the kung fu thing in the opening sequence with this just seems silly. It's just like, and then she can use the force on top of it, and there's just something the way that it flows that just feels weird. Maybe it's also that like she like force pushes the chick away a bit, but then it's kind of like, why don't you just do more then with that? Like, I don't know, like what's stopping you from
Yeah, I'm
just
tired.
winning the fights or chopping off chopping off limbs or chopping off her weapons, I don't know, or just knocking her out. Like, what's stopping you from knocking her out? Like, you just seem to be going, I just want to see what she does, and I'm just reacting to her and letting her beat everybody up, and then I'm just gonna let her just do all these things. And here's another thing, this goes off, or if you have anything else to comment about the fighting stuff, do that, 'cause I wanted to go to the next
the
thing.
fighting, it really fucking annoys me because they seem to like this might be a girl thing, or it's like guys think about weight of like the people fighting, the weight of the weapons, but also like gravitas to the story. Like when you're a kid, I would watch Star Wars for the fights and the creatures, and I wasn't a person that fast forward. I just kind of accepted the pain of like dialogue to get there, which is funny. I never really, unless it was like specifically, I want to see that one thing to, like the Coliseum, I would never fast forward. I just endured. And then you get older and you realize, oh, like Spider-Man's actually really good because all the time they're not fighting and doing superhero shit. It's actually a personal story, and it makes it way more relatable. And it means so much more when our guy does win, when our guy does get to score with Mary Jane or Gwen Stacy, when he does get a job or get a nice check. And I feel like, yeah, this is like girls. It's the whole thing with Yaira too. This feminist idea. It's a woman thing. It's not even feminist. This woman idea of like, oh, well, like I'm not attracted to him, so like killing him is totally fine. He means nothing to me because he's an inconvenience. It's that same rationale with fighting, where it's like, well, like they're fighting, they're Jedi, so they're like super duper, so they just go woo 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 woo, karate, exaggerated like kung fu movies.
And this Sith girl is really good too, and so nothing happens when they fight, really.
Yeah, it was funny because like that idea, Dark Knight's kind of a perfect example of that idea. Or Star Wars has already done this idea of like evenly matched people. That's why we have the duels that last for like 5-10 minutes, because they're so evenly matched. The perfect one being Obi-Wan and Anakin. They are brothers, they're equals. It's only like the hubris of Anakin that defeats himself. There's really no reason he shouldn't beat Obi-Wan.
Yeah, it could even be argued. I just thought of this now. I never thought of this before. But like, even though they're trying to kill each other, essentially, maybe they're both holding back a little bit, hoping the other one, sees their way or something. Potentially, like, I don't know. That's a potential thoughts to brothers, essentially.
I don't think
I
so.
don't want to kill. I don't think so, really, either. I
think Anakin's trying to kill.
I just thought of that. I just thought of that as a potential, maybe.
That is the weakness of the light.
I never actually thought of it that way. I just considered that now.
Yeah, no, that's why these movies are great, because every day you can rewatch them and find new angles to play with.
Or that would be a good reason why a fight is extended in a future installment of something, like, oh, this should have been over a while ago, but it's drug out because they don't really want to kill each other. They're trying to sway each other to their side. Like, that would explain why like Dooku or others don't just kill people right away. Or like, it's like, well, I could have, but like, I really don't want that.
Yeah, Vader does that to Luke. Like, there's no reason.
Okay, yeah,
Luke's
exactly,
hanging around.
Yeah.
He taps, like Luke taps Vader on the shoulder. That's just because like he's just fighting for his life and he gets like a lucky little strike. Vader, on the other hand, disarms him, literally his hand from his body. and lets him go. He could have just force grabbed him, honestly. That's another thing too. It's really dumb that they have him force grab the whole fucking ship with Reva and Leia and all that. Because why didn't he do that to the Millennium Falcon? Why didn't he do that to Luke Skywalker?
Well, not just
apprehend
that.
him.
This is the problem with a lot of things they do now. So it's not just the ship thing. When they force grab people all the time, I'm just kind of like, they like never do that in the prequels or the original or anything. Like they never just, I'm forced grabbing you now. Like you are, like if they do, it's so brief, or like I don't know. But the amount of times they do it here, I'm like, how come they're not like puppets to you? Like you can just move their arms and legs and just make them do what you want because you're this powerful. It just seems like one of those OP moves that they use for like 2 seconds, and then they go, I'm just not gonna do that again. And it's like, and like I don't know. I guess this is another thing. I have more comments on the Force thing, but I wanted to mention this first. The reason why I think these fights are so lame is because they take 0 battle damage throughout the fight. Like they get thrown around and they sometimes look a little tight. They sometimes pant a little bit. I don't know, but like there's no on either ones in that fight. Did they get hit in the face a bunch? Was there bruises? Was there any, they got hit in the gut real hard. They got hit in the face real hard. They got, tripped onto their back, and the weight of that was a heavy hit. No, like it's just ping, ping, twang, deflect. I sort of pushed you away, and you're fine now. And you just, I don't know, like that's so lame. It's like a Superman fight, where it's just like, okay, like, are you damaged? Are you just seem fine? I don't know. Those are lame to see. Seeing characters take damage is more interesting.
Yeah, no, I agree. This is why you don't have girls in male franchises. That's why it was like refreshing to see that chick do Wonder Woman. It's just like, wow, like everyone was just like on board for her because we saw Wonder Woman. We're like, oh, like we all want women in diversity, and it's like, wow, here's one that doesn't suck. Awesome. But then it's like, yeah, actually Zack Snyder's probably holding her fucking hand this whole time. Never mind. And Disney saw that and got her the fuck out. But it's like they still keep women around. Wait. Obi-Wan was overpowered. How was he overpowered in episode 3, Wah? Like legitimately tell me, because I'm not an Obi-Wan fan, but I love Ewan McGregor's Obi-Wan. It's a weird because I'm a Darksider. So I instantly already hate the character Obi-Wan. But honestly, original trilogy, when people pretend they love Obi-Wan, it's like Obi-Wan, like he's fine, he makes sense, but Obi-Wan sucks. It's not like, I don't know how you'd ever be your fucking favorite, aside from the fact there's like only a limited cast. The more you get Star Wars, the more Obi-Wan sucks in the hierarchy of Star Wars. It's only with Ewan McGregor that he becomes a cool character, getting that backstory and that camaraderie and stuff. That's my opinion of Obi-Wan, which I admit is biased because I'm a Darksider. Let's see, low diffed Grievous and Anakin, because the low diffed Grievous who fought 6 Jedi Masters at once and Sith Anakin. Wait, what's low?
Oh, good. He's saying because of the way he beat Grievous.
I don't know. If anything, like force using Obi-Wan has to use rudimentary blaster to take out Grievous, and it's really like the hubris of Grievous too.
Well, I think they're like implying that like he cuts off, most of his limbs, and like when they're having their saber duel, like it's implied that Obi-Wan dominated him in that fight.
I think Grievous is a coward. I mean, they play with that way too much in the Clone Wars cartoon, but it is for kids, it's mixed ages show, whatever. I'll allow it. It gets annoying for me, but it's very clear Grievous repeatedly in that movie is a coward, and that's the utility of him in a way, is that like he's a fucking rat, and so rats live to fight another day. And
he's Starscream essentially,
and because of that, that's probably how he's bested. Like that being part of his psyche is probably how he bested the honorable Jedi that he has their sabers, on top of being trained by a Sith. And so this is part of this overall psyche.
Yeah, I guess I'd say Obi-Wan has, like, I guess he's encountered the most Dark Force users, Sith and everything. that by the time he gets to Grievous, I mean, yeah, he's not a Force user, but he's had a lot of Obi-Wan's had the most battle with opponents, I guess. So he, out of any of them, I think would be the most qualified to beat him, compared to even, I guess, Yoda. Other than he's just skilled, but how many people has he fought? I have no idea.
Yeah, no, I actually got to totally disagree, and you are making me defend Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, he definitely weakens Grievous, but that's because Grievous kind of sucks. And I don't mean that like how people will like prequel haters. I'm a prequel lover. I actually don't really care about the original trilogy. You know, systematically Grievous is getting weakened, and then he tries to run off, but then hand to hand, Obi-Wan's in over his fucking head, and he just kind of looks out having that blaster. Honestly, Obi-Wan should be dead, but again, Lucas kind of uses this for plot convenience.
Well, I agree, but that's two different parts of the fight. I'm referring to the initial duel.
Yeah, no, that's why Grievous fucking runs off, because he's like, oh shit, this guy's really good.
Right, which that's me responding to the commenter of saying like he overpowers Grievous easily, I think, because Obi-Wan has so much more experience, I guess, fighting strong opponents. Like, he's fought Dooku and stuff. I mean, yeah, he lost, but I know he's got experience with Maul, with Dooku. I don't know, trains with Anakin, who's a fucking monster, it seems, with his lightsaber skills here and there. Like, I don't know. Like,
also,
I think it makes enough sense.
I think part of what makes Grievous win is I think he relies on the spectacle as well to intimidate. His opening move is to pull out and do his fucking 360 moves with two of his hands, and that like instantly, even Obi-Wan's like, shit.
Well, and they can't.
He takes it. He's like, how the fuck do I
and
deal
they can't
with this?
sense they can't sense things like they typically do, like movements or whatever. It seems like they can sense where they're going. With him, they have to watch it with their eyes, and they can be fucked up and mess up if they're not careful.
He's also more machine than man, and I feel like that probably affects, like, it's kind of like Venom against Spider-Man, where Spider-Man can't really properly sense shit with Venom because he's like outside of like I don't know, maybe I don't know what the reason is exactly. Maybe it's because Venom was with Spider-Man for a while, and so now he's with Eddie, so like he's got intel. I don't know what the reason is, but I think it's something like that where Grievous is mostly a robot, and so
yeah,
that also probably plays a factor of a
well, it's like, yeah, when you look at
organic fighting,
when you look at weak spots on a human or a normal alien compared to a droid, like, you know, things you would go for doesn't really matter. Even if you cut off his hand, he can still punch you with this robot limb if you're not careful or something.
Yeah, now you've just given him a knife.
Yeah, like it's still like a threat, like more of a threat in a way. But,
yeah. But yeah, once like it gets to hand Obi-Wan's just totally fucked, and it's only
he's outclassed hand to hand with him big time.
Totally the luck of
if there wasn't a gun, he would have been fucked.
Yeah, and so I think back because the Grievous fight's pretty underwhelming, honestly, for like the spectacle of Star Wars. It's
it probably could have been way better.
But when you actually pick it apart, it's like, wow, there is so much thought obviously put into this by Lucas and company to have highs and lows in this fight for the hero and the villain.
Yeah.
So, yeah, your commentary only makes me appreciate Obi-Wan's fight more. Fuck you, Wall, for making me like lightsiders at all. Fuck you.
But let's bring it back to the stupid Acolyte. I was gonna say, you remember the bartender guy, the alien bartender dude?
Yeah. Oh my god. So if you don't know, Trinity from Matrix, they try to make this like a really big casting, and so seeing Trinity, who is in I'm just now starting to watch it, but Jessica Jones, and now she's in this Acolyte show.
Oh, you're watching Jessica Jones finally? Jesus Christ, it's about time.
I mean, I watched one episode. I'm not interested. It's woke. If anyone says like it turns woke, no, it's obviously fucking woke from the start. Why do you want to watch women?
Well, I need to rewatch the show because I watched it, I think, with somebody else too, and I don't remember.
Well, here's the thing, man.
I remember more of the second half of the show.
just
with
general
with
thumb,
Kilgrave and stuff.
women shouldn't be superheroes. Like general thumb, shouldn't, you know, it's like just they're not interesting. Because they're written by men. I'm a guy. I don't really like. I'm surprised I have a female character that I want to develop. It was Smokescreen, because I don't think about women's problems. I don't think about what it'd just be like for a woman in this scenario. And regardless if they have powers or not, you still got to like think about, well, like women want to like make everything a fucking shit test because it's their biology. So how do you write that? You know, where it's like Hulk is like, I need to smash. And it's like a woman Hulk be like, well, it's like, is smashing make my butt look big? You know, like just not interesting. And you got like a sort of like a Captain America powered woman detective, but she's like, I was raped, and just like stuck on that shit when she's getting dicked down by whoever she wants. After the fact, she's got a business that she just barely tries at, barely keeps rent going for it or whatever. Like it's just such a shitty fucking attitude off of like one fucking trauma in adulthood, where it's like you're already established in life. It's kind of like the problem of Punisher versus Batman. Batman's traumas as a child, Punisher's as a full fucking grown adult that's lived a lot of life already. So I just don't buy. That's why he's a psycho, because he just like uses this as a fucking crutch for the rest of his life to justify his actions. So it's not interesting long term. That's how, like, one episode of Jessica Jones, I'm like not fucking interested. It's like, what a shitty fucking attitude. I don't get what you're talking about. I don't get how people are like, oh, it turns woke. It's already fucking woke, dude. You just got.
I don't remember what
you got.
woke or not.
All you fans got hoodwinked because like, oh, hot girl from Breaking Bad's in it. You got
most people were literally people were invested because of the villain Kilgrave. That's I forget who the fuck his name is, the actor, but people liked him.
They made a Padawan a girl boss to her master. I'll have to analyze that soon.
But I don't know why you brought that up though with the bartender. I have no idea what that to do with the bartender.
Oh, because Trinity, there was something there I had. Somehow it made me think of Jessica Jones. But yeah, I actually don't know how I got on that tangent. But
I don't know. I was gonna say, so did you see when when they're fighting, he's just standing there.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Is like this fight's going on with, you know, you're thinking like Trinity's gonna be really cool. She's from the Matrix. Yay. Great casting. Oh, that's why, because I said Jessica Jones, then you got me stuck on it. And I'm like, it sucks, man. It's a woman character. Who cares? Everyone pretended they liked it. Fuck you. Anyway, yeah, you got me stuck on Jessica Jones. She's in the corner with some people in this bar, and then the woman's like, Jedi, attack me. And she's like, nah. And so then she like forces her hand by starting to like fuck with everyone else's collateral damage. So she rightfully starts engaging her.
Well, she waits until she's done beating up everybody, and then she engages.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
She slowly stands up after everybody's been beating the shit out of.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, is like people are like, epic. Like, you know, they think this is epic. The way it's like set up and advancing, where it's like, oh, the noble Jedi stands and readies herself.
No, she waits until everybody's knocked out and then fights.
And it's like, what a peacekeeper, guardian of the galaxy, fucking piece of shit. Like, how many people got broken bones because he just sat there for a while?
Like, seriously.
Oh, yeah.
We have a Jedi in the room. We should be fine. Fuck that. Never mind. I guess it's literally no different.
Yeah, and so they
but I guess it's annoying too that she can just kick everybody's ass in there. There was again zero sign of any difficulty.
Oh,
and it's like
one of the guys tries to pull his pistol and then just miraculously
he just couldn't do it.
Stuck in his holster.
Couldn't do it. It's like, do you really need this type of plot armor bullshit? Really? Can you have anybody like at least land one fucking hit on her and then she still wins? Like, can you?
Yeah, all you have to do
anything?
Is have him pull his gun, and then it turns out, you know, she's Sith trained or whatever the fuck they're making this, and so she easily dodges the
and it
ignore
kills
these
somebody.
shots.
It kills somebody else or something. I don't know.
Or she deflects it. Yeah.
It almost hits the Jedi chick because she ducks or some shit. I don't know.
Or she does the Kylo Ren thing, which was cool when they show that, like actually holding a fucking bolt in the air and walking around.
No, I agree. Yeah, something interesting. God, anything we're thinking of right now is more interesting.
Vader, yeah, because limited technology. Vader, he literally like deflects it with the Force, just pew 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 pew.
Yeah,
fuck yeah, and then they do this stupid kung fu sequence of like super punching, and they're completely evenly matched. And...
But no. So point is too after she knocks out everybody, the bartender the entire time is
making
just
soup or something.
No. He's still standing there. When usually if they don't run away, they duck for cover. Usually they try to hide somewhere or run away. Not just
they hide behind.
I'm totally gonna be in range of death, especially when y'all are throwing knives and stuff. I'm just gonna stand here and I'll just stand here. And then not only that, and that's why I mentioned the bartender specifically. But then when she goes to kill him after she killed the Jedi, he's got like a child with him at the bar. She looks down and it's like, oh no, he's like a father. Did you remember that?
Yeah.
It's like, why are the writers this retarded? Where they're like, well, we want our villain to like be shown that she has some compassion. And so we're gonna have the bartender have his child with him at the bar.
I'm so fucking tired of this shit.
During the fight, and then she's gonna decide to not kill him because she sees that he's a father, but no one. I don't know what the fuck is that. There's like 10 things layered with how dumb that is. Like,
so I want to go back really quick before I forget. I want to engage this wall comment about back then. It was directly picking up from 2D Grievous. So. You have to understand, and I've not dug fully into the build up, the lore, the making of the original Clone Wars, Tartarovsky, however you say his name, which I like. I mean, it's kind of too quiet, and I like the show Primal. I like Samurai Jack. I feel that Star Wars is a bit too fucking quiet, too action focused in points where it's like I want some plot or something.
Yeah,
but the 2D Grievous, this was probably Lucas workshopping them. And then once we get to 2005 making the movie and it comes out, Revenge of the Sith, he's got like a fully formed idea of presenting them that's more expanded versus a cartoon for children. And so I just want to counter that because like Mother Talzin and Asajj Ventress are both pulled from the they were like original concepts for what became Darth Maul, and so retroactively they like finally kind of figured out the right story to tell with those developing concepts. So that's kind of how you have to view Star Wars characters. You never know how old they actually are, how long they've been in the back pocket of Lucas. Ayla Secura, for instance, she's from an EU comic. A couple years before they brought her into Clone Wars, Attack of the Clones. So I like your idea, and they definitely have like an initial perspective by making Grievous in that cartoon. But you could argue it's a retcon or whatever. But I like how you mentioned that because it's like I never think of that in conjunction with the development of the prequel trilogy. So appreciate you offering that. Kiwi Chow, when it comes to Acolyte, I'd rather watch an old Dallas Cowboys playoff game. No, I don't know. It's getting to the point where like bad Star Wars is not even funny bad. It's just
that's like, what's annoying because we used to laugh at this easily, and now it's just like it's not even funny. It's just like
it's not funny. It's not even Last Jedi where it's like fucking infuriating the decisions they make. This is just like watching a retard play with like a tied off condom in the hood or something.
Just gets sad. It's just like
it's like why are we watching this?
Yeah, we don't need to laughing doesn't even it's not funny really. It's just like that's what happened.
Yeah, Acolyte's a dumpster fire in space. Dumpster fire in space, says Keely Chow. They made the Padawan a girl boss to her master.
I assume they're saying our black chick to the Asian.
The Squid Game guy.
Yeah,
Which
that
honestly,
he's the master,
one fucking shining light in this show. I love Squid Game. He's a great actor in that show, which is a Korean production with the dub. And seeing him in this American, apparently he modeled himself off Qui-Gon Jinn. And I feel like there's real effort and weight behind his portrayal. There's clearly like a physical effort on the black girl, and I think she's trying to be like a good character playing two roles. She's kind of stuck because of this is a woke Star Wars creation through and through, full of diversity. She's supposedly non-binary, even though she just only presents female all the time.
From what I've heard, I watched a little bit of Critical Drinker's stream. They had Robohead on there too, and Mahler, and
okay, I love Robot.
He said that Chris Gore was going to be on there, but couldn't. And Chris Gore has seen episode 3,
yeah,
and he said that there's that you get a flashback of the two girls and how
mothers
their powers, their mothers, they impregnated each other or something and had these twins.
Nice.
I don't know. And
it's dildos. Do we get to see the impregnation?
I don't know. The Force works in mysterious ways, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, I want to say it because I said this during a stream the other day, talking about this with the zeros and shit. And this is why I hate all these fuckers. Because the arguments they'll make or the outrage they'll feign is like purposely ignorant of the series. To like try to make their point to be, it's just agenda. And it's like, here's the thing. Yes, I would not deny the obvious fucking agenda. I hate woke shit. It ruins art when you're like propagandizing. Also, this goes both ways. Daily Wire sucks because they try to Terror on the Prairie is agenda-free film as far as a story, in my opinion. I don't see anything outrageous. It's an old Western show, frontier show. It's fine. But like the Lady Ballers, it's fine to have this political slant through comedy, but it just does not work. It's such a lame duck attempt at Joanna, man. And they're Mr. Burcham. Who the fuck would want to watch a shitty version of Family Guy that's like 20 years late?
Nobody.
Exactly.
I guess watch old Family Guy.
Nobody wants that, as Chuck Dixon would say.
Yes.
It's horrible when it's Star Wars because even though George Lucas is a fucking libtard, he's anti-America, Viet Cong shill, which is fine because we were actually wrong for Vietnam. And that's the whole fucking sentiment of Star Wars is anti-America, pro-Vietnam, independence from the American Empire in our reach. But it's vague. It's so vague you can apply it to any kind of colonizer.
It's not a 1-to-1. It's anything can. A lot of things
Lucas, the most outrageously obvious he ever was with propaganda in Star Wars was the line, "You're either with me or you're my enemy." He was directly aping George Bush, saying, "You're either with us or you're with the terrorists." All right. So he was trying to layer and code Bush with like evil space Hitler Vader.
We got Code Bush.
But even that outright, like basically lifting from a presidential talking point is still like no one pairs the two. That's how good Lucas was with like layering and coding his own political intent behind his art. That's why it is truly art and not propaganda. But I say all this because we're laughing about, of course, woke Disney with non-binary lead actress and all these like weird people and everything's gay now. And gay mothers. Here's the thing. No one, all these zeros, whether they like or hate the prequels, none of them are like, it's so stupid. Lucas made a immaculate conception idea behind Anakin's backstory and his birth. He's divinely born by a woman. This is completely retarded. No one says this. They completely go along with the storyline of Anakin is born a virgin birth, which is like, that's not real. That's only like mythology in like the Bible and Egyptian mythology, etc. This is a mythological story. No one complains. But oh my God, 2 women conceive somehow.
I think everybody goes with the Palpatine theory or something, or the
or the
Plagueis
Force
something.
reacting to Palpatine's manipulation. Yeah, that's my guess. Either Anakin is like the side effect of some working of Palpatine or Plagueis, or it's the Force fighting back against them in the long game by making Anakin. Either way, those are my two kind of theories about Anakin's birth. But yeah, it's like yes, it's probably just the intent of wokeness and representation, whatever. But there is the Immaculate Conception of Anakin opens the door for loosey-goosey storytelling, like lesbians conceiving children together. And you can't ignore that in your criticism. And so it's like twofold. It's like, yes, it's woke, but it's open to actually be told in a story. That's my whole point. With like my fucking ire with these zeros.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you were talking about the fucking the girl or Chris Gore, their whatever.
Yeah, that was all that I didn't get that far into their stream, so I don't know what else.
Though, right? Like there's regardless of agenda, there's a legitimate reason or a legitimate like template with Anakin for them to tell this, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Exactly. And they will like ignore anything like that to suit. And this is why they are like entertainment misinformation. And it really annoys because like you know, whatever angle you have, whatever opinions you have, your own agenda, like fucking if you can't be honest about what art on screen, why would I fucking listen to you? Why do you deserve super chats? Yeah, the purposeful dishonesty, it deserves deplatforming, in my opinion, because you're lying. Or at least like a warning system to get deplatform. That's how extreme I am. Devoted to the truth. You know, any Rippetar wants to watch my shit and disagree with my criticism, that's fine. But I don't think they're ever going to find anything that at least cannot be interpreted. My takes cannot be at least interpreted from what I'm seeing. Or I'll be like, oh, fuck, you know what? You're right. I missed those two things that completely justify this plot point. My bad. And I'll apologize. Because I detract on behalf of the Lord, so, you know, I have to be honest.
You gotta keep that up.
Samurai Snowman saying, hell, shut up, rip a goalpost. Well, no, goalpost is free to talk here. What's up, Plungecast? I haven't got around to reading your comments. So behind on entertainment. Starting to get into, so why keep watching? At this point, everyone already knows it's awful, so spreading awareness doesn't really count. Well, I mean, we spread awareness about Sound of Freedom, and so I'm spreading awareness about Acolyte. You know, I think it's our duty. Honestly,
well, we're hoping to have fun making fun of this show, but it's
well,
not
it
quite
might
as fun as
develop
us.
that way. But I'm really annoyed because it's like this is a disservice to I think pretty good performance in a bad show with the Asian guy, because I don't know his name. And the black girl is fucking cute. I don't know why they gave her poopy hair, because it really ruins any sex appeal. Well, that's why, I guess, because they love empowering sex if it's like anti-hetero and anti like monogamy and nuclear. Not to say you can't have like a kind of nuclear unit, you know, gay parents, whatever, but they'll the weird like kind of puritanical left, they do like sex if it will like own the right, you know. Otherwise they're very just like sexually dead inside. So I guess it does make sense to make the black girl ugly with both versions of her twin self with their poopy hair. And you know, you got like a bold green.
That's actually kind of weird. Why would they, if they're twins and they're separated for like 20 years or something, and they never saw each other in the meantime?
And they thought they were.
Why would
dead.
they have the same hair? Why would they have the same hairstyle?
Well, it looks like they're probably separated like 8, so they probably have like. Star Wars seems weird. Besides like Padme and Leia, it seems like everyone just kind of keeps their same style for eternity. And
I guess I feel like, you know, you grow. I've known twins, and they specifically try to have different hair. They never try to have the
right.
same
Yeah,
hair
yeah. Usually that was something I thought about, and they do kind of have different hair. I did notice the light side dumb one just has the poopy hair. It's like shoulder length. The dark side one
a little longer
has also like long braids or poopy hair as well as the standard poopy hair. I
It's a
really
small thing,
hate,
but you know.
I get it could be like cultural from like Africa or whatever. I really hate poopy hair, whether it's dreads. Some people look fine with dreads. Like guys, you know, Jamaicans look cool with the dreads. But ultimately, like, I know it's fucking gross because it's like you're not combing your hair. You literally have like locked your hair into knots and let it grow for years. It's gross. It's, you know, so it's like when you're bringing like, when you're trying to like bring cultures, it's weird because like the Jedi train in Coruscant, the center of civilization, the pinnacle, you could argue, of civilization in Star Wars. And I feel like, especially when you're like abducted by the Jedi at like under a year old to be indoctrinated in their cult, that everyone would be kind of like homogenous in their presentation, aside from their alien like features they can't mute. I feel like no one would stylize their hair from their
they like
homeworld.
they like represent the fucking Jedi of the galaxy. They represent the peacekeepers. So it's like,
this includes Ayla Secura. Like watching this made me think of this idea. And then I'm like, wait, Ayla Secura,
she got her belly.
everyone's got you know, Jedi robes, Caminos and whatnot. But then Ayla Secura is out here like a whore because the Twi'leks are famously whores, like they're largely slaves in the galaxy.
They're the slave species, practically.
Legitimately, they're a lot of them are slaves because of what's happened on Ryloth, especially with the Empire.
Oh no! Because of this, now I just can't fight. Oh no! Like
they'll
intentionally like it.
I don't mind it. Ayla's fucking hot. It's great.
Yeah.
But it actually doesn't make sense. And this is a Lucas error. And it's like, wait, what? And so,
I think people have thought that because like that was the thing with Padme too. They're like, wait, so why does her shirt have to get cut and then her belly exposed? Because it's fucking hot. Like, why not?
George Lucas is like, you're fired.
You're fired, and because of that, I'm going to have another. Because of that, I'm going to make Ayla Secura show her belly too. Like that's why that
George Lucas pulls a fucking Harrison Ford from Return of the Jedi when like that puppeteer's mic's hot. He's like, God, what a fucking asshole. It's like, you don't want him fucking gone. And so it's like, hey, you're fine, man, but like just in case, like you have a different name now.
he makes them dress up as one of the aliens.
The white-skinned alien to the master with the kill monk. Oh wait, so the black guy with the poopy hair, Miles Morales haircut, he is a master as well. How is a black guy a master? That doesn't make sense.
Master Bader.
I didn't know. I legitimately like. It's just very uninteresting. I didn't really pick up that black guy is a master.
Yeah, I actually didn't know the dynamic of who was what. I didn't pay
Wait,
attention.
so
let's fall asleep.
Well, that's the thing too, because it's like he asked the green bitch permission. She's like, "Yeah, you can make a small team," and so he grabs a couple Jedi with.
Wouldn't that have been cool if they didn't grab Jedi? Like if he grabbed a couple of like non-Jedi,
grab like Cad Bane, a Cad Bane type character,
just some other characters that are different. I don't know.
Protocol droid,
something.
It's honestly weird to like. It's one thing if you had like droids, or if it's just like Coruscant with all the technology to have. So if you don't know, the Jedi Trinity, I think her name's Indara. She gets murdered by dark side poopy hair, and so they're after, and I guess for whatever reason they pick up on light side poopy hair and think it's her. Now
but they also can't sense anything with them either.
That was he trained her, and yet he can't sense that this is the wrong like organic signature. Everyone should be unique in the Force.
Not to mention one has dark side.
Yeah.
Like one is literally they make it extremely apparent in the prequels, like, whoa, that's like a feeling, man. And if anything, and Obi-Wan on New Hope, and on the Death Star, he feels, they feel each other. It's like, whoa, Obi-Wan's here. What the fuck?
It's like, it's a presence I haven't felt since.
Like, what does that tell us? That tells us
series.
They can sense people and beings and shit. They can sense shit from far away. Obi-Wan felt a whole planet die.
Yeah,
like I don't know.
My problem here is what I'm about to say. The plot develops into a who done it. All right. So Indara gets killed. We know at the audience that it's it's poopy hair Darksider. And then we meet Lightsider.
Did they think we didn't know that? Like when they
Well,
showed the
no,
mechanic?
they think we're not going to pick up that. Did you realize they're twins?
I was literally like, this is a different. Yeah, okay. Like,
It becomes very obvious. Like
it was like 2 seconds. I don't know. It's easy.
Yeah. And anyway, so they make this whole thing where like they're mismatching unknowing because Asian Jedi, he was the master to dark side, but apparently the light side girl also trained with the Jedi, so they both were apprentices, I guess, after they were trained or after they were sick. There was a fire, but it seems that they thought one of them died, and so that helps blur the like for the audience that's part of them trying to like trick you that there's no that the twins are like a twist.
No, but how do they do that when it's Jedi? When they have this might have been a mistake to include in the originals, but when you can just like sense people and specific people, when does it mean you can't?
Wait, okay. So Keely Chow says that makes as much sense as an old woman giving birth to a human hand and a man impregnating another man. Right, sure. But we're talking about Star Wars and Force users. So that's why I'm saying it can be both like agenda, but there is a lore basis to have.
You're saying because Anakin was an immaculate birth.
Yeah,
so
Anakin is
that
space
alone
Jesus.
Kind of makes it where, well, he wasn't born normally. Why can't somebody else be born?
Yeah,
normally?
and also, if you're like grossed out by impregnating a man, well, Jesus is God. If you're Christian and a Trinitarian, he is God. He's equal parts. He's one, but it's three. It becomes like a trans problem. It becomes like a trans problem. It's a God is they them sort of because it's one, but it's many because it's three people.
Now there are two of them.
Yeah, this is getting out of hand. And he is a creator of everyone, and then he makes his own mother, and then he chooses out of all the women that he's made in the world, I want to put myself in that one. And he also does it when she's underage, which is not a problem in Judea in 2,000 years ago, but contextually it's pedophilic by our standards. So it's just a lot of weird shit. And so this is real religion, and the Immaculate Conception of Anakin is basically based off of, Egyptian and the Hebrew with Jesus. So it's not really far-fetched that lesbians could impregnate each other in Star Wars when you already have this template. That's what I'm saying.
I'm sure there'll be other aspects to the characters and the events that make it more stupid, I'm sure. Because it's Star Wars.
Yeah, I want to be clear because I'm always hitting back at the zeros, but I'll give them props when I think they get something right or there's agreement. So there's a lot of agreement. I trolled Jeremy with my super chat yesterday, but most of what they're saying I was agreeing with on Geeks and Gamers, and that's what's frustrating is they blend like their knowledge and fandom with like political angles and propaganda, and most people don't pick up on it, and so they just kind of fall hook, line, sinker with the whole narrative. And also these guys are pandering to that because they're scared. If I actually don't have a problem with trans people, you won't give me super chats. And it's like, well, I just have balls like the trans and don't care. I'm going to say what I believe, or what I think, how I interpret things, or regards to the monetary input. But yeah, I just I just wanted to address that, Keeling, give like full context. And maybe make you self-reflect and be like, actually, yeah, all Star Wars is stupid. So even if it's woke, it's fine lore-wise. I think it's both. I do think the lead girl playing twins acting is pretty good, way better than Reva. Yeah, I'll say.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And it's, if anything, it's like she's actually a real fucking cutie.
It looks like they're putting effort into her choreography, even though I think some of it's silly. There's effort there, which is appreciated, I guess, if there's anything.
Oh yeah. But I think, unfortunately, she's part Jew. Her last name's Stenberg. So, of course, they got to really. You think they defended that Moses bitch Reva because of black? Well, if you don't like Amandla Stenberg's performance. No, you're racist, but you might just be anti-Semitic. That's a big no-no.
What's the difference?
Super duper racism. That's Super
I'll
Saiyan
take your
racism.
racism and times that by 2. Go fish.
Yeah. Samurai talking about Ripper Goals. I'm free to tell him to shut up. Well, that's all right. Saskas have the same hair. Ooh, interesting.
Oh no.
How do you say this? Merle Car? What kind of name is that? Was that? Let me look that up if that's based on any fantasy stuff. Merle Car.
Dreadlocks are the worst hairstyle like ever, says Stony Wick.
I mean, Bob Marley look weird. Like some people look weird without dreads because it's like, it's part of clearly their style. But overall, I just think it's fucking gross. Like if I'm on Grindr and I see fucking dudes with dreads, I'm like, block. I don't ever want to be around your poopy hair.
I usually think of them as like the extra boss and like a thing. Like they have the distinctive hairstyle or something. Like,
oh my god,
they're the henchman that's stronger points.
Merle Carr, if you're still here, and if I'm saying your name right, I typed in your name out spelled Merlchar. Let me make sure. Yep, that's how you spell it. So I'm on Google. I looked up your name. It tried to say, "Do you mean merchant?" And I said, "No, I mean Merle Carr." All right. So the first thing that popped up, the Wild World of Fake Alien Romulus trailers. Well, actually sounds very interesting. You can pull that up for later. RFK Jr. debunks potions of resist disease in Skyrim. Okay. Trump in Fallout 4 and Hydrobot Terminator explained. So these are the YouTube videos that pop up in the search. And what's funny is looking at this Merle Car, I keep scrolling. I get to 5th search and it says University of California, Berkeley, digital assets. Titled The Lesbian Gay Community Calendar of Events. And inside it says like Rambo dolls. So I have to investigate this. You have started this Merle Car by just your mere existence in my investigative brain. We're going to get down to the bottom of this. Going to see what this gay lesbian community calendar is all about. So this goes back to 85. The fuck? Huh. Okay. It literally looks like an old-timey newspaper board or ads or I don't know. Okay. Well, I don't know what the fuck a Merle Car is, so please tell me. Oh, yeah, drugs are gross. Greatest emoji ever. Wall says Ayla's backstory is interesting. She was a slave to a Hutt and rescued by who'd become her Jedi Master. Basically, the idea evolved from Ulam, but a Jedi version. Nice. I do want to get in the EU. I mean, I love crapping on the EU fandom because I think they're cringe. I love their tiers with like Disney Star Wars, but I understand there's actually probably cool stories. But I've tried to read Thrawn, and it's like as soon as you're a prequel fan, most of the EU fucking sucks because it's written unaware of Lucas's creations, so it's not interesting anymore. It's like, oh, this is a bastard Star Wars story. So anyone trying to say, oh, the prequel, the EU's canon before Disney, obviously not. Summer Swan saying,
I'm tainted by Thrawn being retarded. Like I can't, I don't care how he's depicted. I don't want to see him anymore.
Who?
Thrawn.
Oh,
seeing him in Ahsoka is like, dude, I don't care how he's portrayed somewhere else. I've seen better elsewhere anyway. Like I don't care.
Summer Swan says, hi and bye. Gotta get some sleep. I said hello and goodbye to you in Tony's stream, but they accidentally had me muted. Lol. Well,
gagging the women again, I see. Silence.
You got
have a good night, Swan.
Make sure I read this right. Buttface McBooby.
that puts a smile on face.
What a great name. I love this. This is fucking great. God, that is a fucking great name.
Face McBooby. I was gonna say like butt face McNuggets.
Butt face McBooby. Leroy Jenkins. That's good right there. Oh, oh, rookie. I won't tell you where I got it, but I just found a drive file, so you can read Yaira crisp and clear.
No, I want to read Yaira. Okay.
I'm going to send you the link if it works. Let me know. We're stealing Yaira. I mean, I actually own it, so. But I saw a couple funny things here on Culture Crave specifically that we gotta wait. Fuck. Huh. Okay, it did send, it looks like. Anyway. Let me share this before we continue our Acolyte coverage. I might watch some Zero content. That'll be fun. Wonder if Drugs already got a review up yet, in-depth, his edited reviews. But Culture Crave, I went to go find like one thing that I saw earlier, and I saw like 5 things that are of interest to me. So it says, Leslie Headland says she wants to make a live-action Knights of the Old Republic project. Oh, God. So we're going to pull up that article to look at. Also, Grant Spatore, hopefully it's an Italian man, is set to direct the next Godzilla Kong movie. Let me look at who Grant Spatore is. Maybe we'll get some real science back into the Monsterverse. Let's see if he can give us any hope. Here are his movies, rookie. The Furnace.
Whoa.
We Bury the Dead.
Great start.
And I Am Mother.
No.
Let me see. What is I Am Mother about? It's an Australian cyberpunk thriller film directed by Grant Spatore. It follows Daughter, a girl in post-apocalyptic bunker being raised by Mother, a robot who is aiding the repopulation of Earth. Debuted at Sundance. Let's see how it was reviewed. A reception. It has an 89 on Rotten Tomatoes out of 75 reviews. Metacritic has 64. So it seems like it's got a fine number. So I might actually check that out. Let me see where I can watch that at. The Mother. Or no, I Am Mother. Not to be confused as a sequel to I Am Legend. So it's on Netflix. So I will have to add that to our playoff bracket, rookie.
Which movie?
I Am Mother. All right. So this is what I shared because everyone's like, Star Wars is dead. Star Wars is dead. And it's like, it might be creatively, but it's the biggest fucking thing on Disney this year. 5 million views first 24 hours.
All right.
Yeah, as Comic Book Bob states, according to them, I agree. All streaming platforms have been really fucking shady. Unless they have success, they don't ever give the numbers, and it takes forever to find the numbers. But they're putting this number out, so it seems like they're at least celebrating early with the success. I thought this was interesting. So Despicable Me 4 is referencing Spider-Man 2. So that should get your butt in the theater, rookie.
I mean, I could just watch Spider-Man 2.
I never noticed this black guy in the. He's just like, "Oh Lordy, please be stopping this here train now, boss man."
No.
And then yeah, this is the big story. Lee Jung-jae, hope I said that correctly, learned English to star as Master Soul.
Learned English.
He learned English. He's a Rifrong Star Wars fan. Says Qui-Gon Jinn was his main inspiration for the role. I think his English is pretty fucking good. If he just now learned English to be in Star Wars, like
I've seen worse.
This is what you're like. Say to him about woke Star Wars. We should be all joining hands and celebrating this man. What a great accomplishment. Like, he's really putting effort to learn a whole fucking language to do a role and you're inspired by a beautiful white man like Liam Neeson as Qui-Gon, people meme this guy as Jesus along with Obi-Wan, you know. This is a beautiful story.
He's better than Jesus. He'd say, Jesus, get your fucking act together.
Look
pussy."
at this.
Like,
What a great
come on.
story. Unbeknownst, under the nose of woke, put a chick in it and make it gay, lame and gay Kathleen Kennedy. We have an Asian man who comes into a woke project, and his guiding light, his North Star in the cesspool, the hive of scum and villainy of Hollywood and Lucasfilm, is a white man. We should be this is a win for America. This is a win for the Trump camp. No one's talking about it because they're so triggered, and they're so triggered by like a video interview of the little black girl from Star Wars saying like, oh, like what was it like, you know, going into this like, oh, well, definitely we're planning to like trigger white people, and it's like it's clearly a fucking joke. They're aware of like YouTubers, Gapes and Garglers, critical. They're aware of you. You should be like, this is a win for us. They know us. They're watching us. They hear us. They're making stuff to trigger us. But no, they're actually like outraged by that comment. And it's just so cringe. But let's look at this Entertainment Weekly article about our guy, Ri Jung-jae, who took inspiration from Liam Neeson's Qui-Gon Jinn.
Qui-Gon Jinn.
Florian, let me catch up with the chat. Companies are Jesus Christ. I'm not reading this. What the fuck? I'm not reading this shit, Veritas. You got to be like, contain yourself a bit if you want to read these comments. Unlike Buttface McBooby, a great commenter says Liam Neeson will star in the Naked Gun reboot. Is that actually true, or are you just making shit up? Kathleen Kennedy had nothing to do with it. George Lucas takes all credit. I don't know if you're joking, Elon. Are you trying to parrot zeros? If they like anything, they just that's because George Lucas actually. It's like he's not at Lucasfilm. They're as bad as Doomcock. I don't know if you're trolling me or not, Veritas, but that's fine. It's like I'll read your stuff. It's just you got to show it with you got to like. We don't. The collective conservative space, we don't control this platform. We're at the behest of their rules. This is an easy way to get yourself, get me taken down, get our friends. So I gotta like, contain yourself a bit. You can say PDF files, but it's like if you're just gonna come in here and keep commenting everything's pedo, it's like whatever, man. Don't watch anything, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much anything's made from same sphere.
Sorry, what?
I said, yeah, everything's pretty much made from the sphere, essentially.
Yeah.
So.
Sound of Freedom, that's also made by pedos. So, like, if you're in Hollywood, if you have Hollywood access, you just assume everyone is a leftist. They hate you, and they're PDF files. Just assume that, and watch the shit or don't. I don't know. Like, I actually like to critique the art. I don't care. Like, some of the best creators are fucking degenerates. So, it's not really a non-factor for my criticism. Acolyte star Lee Jung-jae took inspiration from Liam Neeson's Qui-Gon Jinn. When Lee Jung-jae signed on to play as a Jedi Master in Star Wars, he only wanted to focus on one thing: Star Wars. I didn't really want to be influenced by anything outside of the world. Instead, the Squid Game star wanted to immerse himself in a galaxy far, far away to take on his role of Master Soul on the Acolyte. I definitely was inspired by a lot of the past Jedi Masters and the wonderful actors that played them. One of my favorite characters was Qui-Gon Jinn. Yeah, the older I've gotten, the more I'm like, man, Qui-Gon, that's a sneaky motherfucker. He's like rigging fucking gambling and shit. That's a cool dude. What's funny too is like, if you're trying to kind of have like a one-to-one of like religion and organized religion and like the Jedi, he's kind of like a Martin Luther, and he's like a sneaky Martin Luther. He's rebelling against the stringent dogma. But he actually creates the undoing of the Jedi Order and all of his friends' murder, thanks to Anakin and Palpatine. But there's a like nice little landing Lucas makes of like, well, in the end, Anakin undid the Sith. Like, you just had to, you know, have 30 years of intergalactic genocide, but ultimately he defeated the evil. It's kind of that's where the prequel and original kind of like gets murky as one saga. It's like, well, I guess it adds up, but it kind of doesn't. Like, I don't know how you feel about that, Rookie.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that as I get older, it shifts here and there in my opinion on it a little, because it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess he fulfills. I mean, the prophecy thing to me is kind of odd anyway, as a concept. So it's just like, I don't know. I don't know if that needs to be there specifically, but that was part of the reason why they did want him to join and not want him to join for some reason. So I don't know.
I like Buttface McBooby. He counters Veritas and says, "I'm an artist and I do hookers and blow." Okay, I mean, this is an interesting argument, but I just think this is kind of like all art is based on lies. All right, because all art is like telling a story that's not real, which is a lie. And this is why the left is usually in control of art throughout history. It's very clear. However, like Fire and Brimstone, because people will cite like artists that did shit for churches and stuff. And it's like, yeah, but they were probably the libtards of their time, you know? So it's like they may have had a Fire and Brimstone take, but they had probably the softest one in their time. And so I just assume, you have left tendencies if you're artistic, and that's valuable. You need a balance. They serve their role. It's just like maybe keep them out of politics, and the right should probably stay out of art. Because besides like drawing like just real things, the art is not really imaginative. That's why you don't have a right Star Wars. Tolkien, however like red-pilled and right-leaning he was in our view of spectrum, he's still like probably a fruit compared to his peers. All of his all of his war buddies in the trenches, he was probably a little daisy among them. Writing about his faggy little
you should
hobbits.
tweet about that. That'll get some attention.
Well, that's the reality in my view.
I know, but call him a daisy and people be like, no, he's a man, a real strong man.
Yeah, a strong, effeminate man. Strongly effeminate little daisy in the trenches.
No.
But this is my view. So what I've come to realize is, like, generally speaking, the right should not do art and the left should not do international politics and have control over like security and whatnot. Because they're too soft-hearted and the right's too hard-hearted and practical. But we each have our role. And so it's funny talking about like subjectivism and stuff. It's like, well, again, the left is good at making lies and having like a very aspirational down the pipe, kind of worldview. The right is just kind of like here and now. They can't really see the future necessarily. They don't have dreams of the future, of things changing. The right is kind of just stuck in, well, this is the rules and it's just going to stay that way, and it's how it should always be. And so it's funny talking about like subjectivism. It's like, well, I think that's fine. I think relativism, subjectivism, those are good things to at least ponder and analyze and be like, well, what about this worldview? Could it apply? Could it actually have the answer for this problem? I mean, it's really bad idea. That's why I like even the Mandalorian season 3. Like, I don't expect it to go far, but they kind of show this idea of, well, the Empire, the Nazis, they did X things like cloning experiments and stuff. So we're just going to like say no to anything they did. And it's like, you realize they were in power for 30 years. Like, there might be some value to what they were doing. You shouldn't just throw it all out because they did it, Yeah. Yolanda says, my art reflects truth and love. That is God's source I inspire. Hollywood was run by Republicans in the golden age of Hollywood, 30s through 50s. Yeah, and honestly, what's really iconic from that time? You got Gone with the Wind. It's based on a book, probably written by a fruit. Ten Commandments. That's that's a hard right story. And basically they're telling their truth. There's not really anything imaginative. I mean, it is a beautiful film, but like it's an adapted story from like a quote unquote true book. So
I assume the right prefer to think about real things that aren't fake, typically,
yeah.
except
And so
for
like,
God. Except for God,
yeah.
of course, but that's their one fictional tale.
Yeah. I kind of agree. Like I tell people I'm an atheist just to keep it simple. I'm interested in Hellenism.
Yeah, it's like I'm an atheist that isn't like oh, I hate God and all that bull. Like I don't bash I don't care. It's like, I just don't believe in higher beings. Not impossible, I guess, but I just don't believe it. So
yeah. It's not double speak. I mean, that's silly. I don't know. It just seems like a very cracked worldview, man. Like sound very paranoid. I don't know how you're watching on YouTube if you're like this paranoid about shit. Like, are you a Star Wars fan? Because like, I don't know, man. Star Wars is kind of too loosey goosey for what seems to be your just extreme worldview. I see this and I'm like, yeah, this is your brain on religion. It's like you like experiment or like get out of it. It sounds like you're in a cult or have like a cult worldview. It's concerning. That's my take. I'm not saying that's anyone in the chat's take. But anyway, let's continue with our Asian friend. I really kind of tried to find the connective tissue between him and my character. That reference to the wise, headstrong Qui-Gon perhaps offers the biggest clue yet in terms of what sort of Jedi soul will be navigating a new threat at the tail end of the High Republic era. While stoicism is a trait of many Jedi, it was Soul's emotional range that attracted the actors of the project. He's a Jedi master, but the more I saw the script, I realized that there were more of these humanistic elements to him. His emotions are constantly in flux, and also when he's in battle, he actually does feel the element of fear. I think because of that, Leslie Headland really created a soul that was extremely humanistic, and she did that with the other characters as well. They all embody such a diversity of emotions. As soon as I read the word diverse, I'm like eye roll. I'm like, oh, okay. I got past it. Just like regular people, and in each character, you see those elements really clearly. I don't know. It's kind of muddled. I like most of what somebody's saying, like, oh, emotions, just like regular people. It's like, well, that's the appeal of the Jedis. They're not regular people. That's like, it's like they have this kind of arbitrarily stringent society and worldview. That's the appeal, whether it's a pro or con. It's like you're interested in the entire package because they're kind of outside of society. That's the appeal. That's the intrigue.
I'm kind of bored with their different takes on Jedi in each installment now. I don't care. Yeah, like it seemed to like, okay, they were this way, and you could put them in an environment, and that's how they'd probably be. And now it's just like, okay, whatever. You'll try it this way and that way. It's like, I just don't care. Like I don't know. Like they make it a franchise. I just don't give a shit about it anymore. Like why would I bother?
Because Star Wars is dead. Give me money.
Yeah.
That's why you care, rookie.
No.
Yeah.
I could just keep my money and that's good. I could buy a hamburger or something. Yeah, that's good too.
Wait, Star Wars is NOS? What are you talking about? Lucas, even though he offers this like Eastern balance idea, he doesn't follow through with it. He writes this stupid Christian idea of good and evil and ultimate, good winning in the end with the Return of the Jedi. Our interesting antagonist Darth Vader is turned to the light before he dies conveniently to like absolve him of sin, because he's Space Hitler committing mass genocide for decades, but spiritually, without facing actual justice on the physical plane, he's a redeemed hero. He is the prodigal son inverted in the sense that it's the son that saves the father. You never see that storytelling. I don't know how the fuck you can watch Star Wars and like, oh, it's just relativism, it's just Gnostic. There's no good or evil. There's no moral. Lucas wrote Star Wars partially with the intent to replace religion because religion has lost its meaning. It's lost its weight in the world to help spread morals. He's very much intending a morally defined world view in Star Wars and making it. So what are you talking about? Yeah, because it's not really concerned. I'm just subject to the world I'm in the society I'm in. So there's I'm told what's good or bad, and that kind of informs my subjective worldview, but there's no grand good or evil. It's all subjective. Did you notice the the Fatawan? I asked Rookie about that. Like, did you see the Fatawan, Rookie? He just instantly laughed.
Yep, that was brilliant.
But yeah, one other element of the production that Lee particularly enjoyed was the lightsaber and fight training. Even if he did consider himself a little advanced for some of it at the start, I've actually done a lot of action in my previous projects in Korea. So when I entered the 2 months of training camp, I noticed the fight choreographers start teaching for the basics, and part of me was like, "Oh, I kind of know all this already."
That's actually great. They should be like, "Holy fuck! Can you like actually like help teach
Star Wars
our
should.
people?"
They should actually
Like,
be really
jeez.
fucking embarrassed that they're like did no research on this guy, and then like cast him like, "Oh, clearly we'll start you with the basics," and it's like it's kind of insulting.
Yeah, seriously. Like, have you not seen my films? Come on.
Right. Oh, we saw like that one show. It's really big on Netflix.
We saw that Netflix show. How many sword fights were in that one?
There's no sword fights. I'm pretty sure there's no fucking actual like maybe a knife fight, but
yeah, that's their extent of research.
I'm actually trying to think. Yeah, Fatawan. I don't know. Maybe Echo Base created that, and I have my problems with Echo Base. I think they've leaned into being like the Zeros covering Star Wars, so it's like I'm always like hesitant to accept any coverage by the collective, what is previously known as the Phantom Menace. I mean, I guess, yeah, that's an interesting thing, but I'd rather just doubt everything and, be aware of like, I'm in a society, there are these rules. So if I want to like go along harmoniously as, one of many in a tribe, I kind of got to agree and go on with these rules. I'd rather like be that and then, do my part to like help other people question and doubt and analyze versus like, oh, well, it's just in this fucking 3,000-year-old Jew book from the desert. Clearly those are the answers that are self-evident, so yeah, I just, maybe it's an oxymoron, but I'd rather have that than be like, oh, fucking the trans sky daddy, 3 persons in one said, hey, cut baby dicks to show your loyalty to me. What the fuck? Like, no. All right, so let's look at what I was listening to a little bit of Star Wars Theory. Now there's been this recent interview of George Lucas that has popped up, Rookie.
Okay.
That
surprised he still gives interviews, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know the context of how it happened. He's pretty saying like, yeah, Disney, they don't really understand the Force, and
we'll get you a Diet Coke if you
John, whatever. Yeah, it's sad. So I appreciate Star Wars Theory for that kind of thing, and he's being more real, it seems, but he's so, I don't know how to take him because he'll like have just like seemingly honest takes like, hey, I know this isn't popular, I'm not going with the flow and being a nice little Star Wars channel, but like honestly, fuck this shit they're doing. It's like, oh, nice. But he's like, oh man, Ahsoka, this is so... it's like, what? You're mad at The Last Jedi, but Ahsoka is good?
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
It's confusing to me because he'll literally he was also on the Drinker's stream too, and one of the things he said was like, wouldn't it be cool if there was like, something, and then they have a small council session and Yoda's there and says, "Oh, go to this place," and then that'd be cool to at least tie something to the thing. I was like, that would just be kind of lame. Just be like, just to have Yoda there, just be like, "Yes, go here now. Okay, bye." Like, I don't know, like that to him that would improve the show, having Yoda present. And it's like, I don't know. You need more than that to make it good to me.
Yoda
to improve
present
anything
in what?
in Acolyte.
Okay. So that's
To have
actually
him
good.
like to just have a scene where he's like, "Go here now, guys." Okay, and they're like, "Yeah,
well,
okay."
That's one thing. That's one thing I'm giving this show credit for sure. Thus far, first 2 episodes, I'm sure someone can point Easter egg shit out like, "Oh, this is that, and this is from this design, and this creation, and this EU thing, whatever." But like overall, I think this show, one thing it's working for is not relying on. Remember when that thing was in? Because this is before any of the shit we've seen, except for like Knights of the Old Republic, which is like 2,000 or 3,000 years before this. So they're in like an open world that like has a cap of where we're going overall, but this is like completely untested territory. They can do whatever they want, kind of. Especially if you don't include the Jedi, or you only have like people that leave the order or something, see shit, interact with shit. You can really write whatever you want if you keep that kind of awareness. Where it's like, well, how would no one have taught this in the Jedi Council about an enemy? But whatever. They're not relying on member berries thus far. Besides the overarching like Jedi, Jedi, right? They're a big deal. Like other than that, it's very just like they are taking chances and risks in that regard. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I guess, but we're only 2 episodes in, so I don't know.
I did say that, but
yeah.
Have fun with your death cult and there being no right or wrong, but you still complain about stuff. I don't know if it's necessarily hypocritical. It's just like, yeah, there's no grand scheme, but like again, there's
what's he talking about?
He's saying, anyways, have fun with your death cult, which I don't know how I'm part of a death cult. Because like I'm just pragmatically generally against abortion as like birth control, because without religion, without a Bible or anything telling you it's bad, just look at China and see what's happened to them, their culture, their population. They're totally screwed from normalizing mass abortion, one-child policy. Most people want boys, and so now it's a sausage party over there, and now they're having to import and thus undermine their own culture by bringing in, by their view, lesser Asian people like Vietnamese, Laotians, Thais, etc. So pragmatically, mass ease of access abortion, bad problem. So I'm not sure I'm like pro death cult. I'm against the state having control of health, because then they decide who should be living or dying for like tax purposes.
Maybe he interpreted Hellenism as death cult,
Hellenism.
even
Hellenism is fucking like Greek gods, and I don't really know of a death cult in that. Like everyone's trying to live and be honorable. If they do die, it's in war and valor, and honorable. So yeah, I don't see. Anyway, death cult. There being no right or wrong, but you still complain about stuff. Hypocritical worldview. It's like, well, I can complain about stuff just because, I don't know, like good films. Like we've had 100+ years of film criticism and creation, storytelling in this medium, to kind of give us the working tools to understand, like, well, this objectively will be why you will get these subjective feelings about a thing. This is how you elicit emotions through the tools of film.
Typically, when you beat a character up and then they get beat up again, and then again, and then again, and then again, and then they have a victory, you typically feel really good that they got a victory.
Yeah, there's a series about that called Rambo.
That's like logically, like that's just like a literal fact of like that's typically better on its base. Now you can do that wrong. You can do that in ways that leave a sour taste in the mouth. Sure. But like
Wait, then why
typically
use
in general,
Skywards? What the fuck does that mean?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
What the fuck is Skywards?
I have no idea.
Wait, so my worldview is based on it's okay to grape and murder.
What?
What? Like, well, it's just bad to rape because you'll go to jail for it. Like, that's all you need is the,
Wait, is he what is he pro? I don't understand what he's.
right. It's like,
I have no idea
he's
where this
mad
is
that
coming
I'm
from.
an atheist and I don't believe in a grand good or evil, and so I'm like, yeah, none of it really matters. So he's got this retarded religious view that, well, if you don't believe in God, then why don't you just like kill people, or why don't you just kill yourself since nothing matters? Like, well, I'm an animal.
Because as
I
far
want
as
to
we
live.
know, this is the only existence ever. So
Yeah,
why
life
would
is
why
actually
would you
really
wanna-
precious to me.
It's extremely more special this way because
I can't
we
go
don't
to
think there's
heaven if there's
anything
no
else. Like,
God.
what do you mean?
So life's actually way more valuable. So however much it
If you
sucks.
lose somebody, it's not they're in magical fairy tale land. It's they're gone forever. That's more hurtful that they're
Yeah,
gone, more affecting. Like, what do you mean?
yeah, and
And that if you hurt somebody or you grape somebody or anything, that affects them forever. It's not like you just get I'm gonna go to heaven later, so like still I'll clean it off or something. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know.
yeah,
There's
you could
different effects
argue that
here. I don't know what you're
religion
talking
is
about.
like the most fucking cowardly worldview to have, to like bank on. Like, well, I'll just sit on my fucking hands and not actually take action in the world because it doesn't matter because I just got to be good and I'll go to heaven. It's the most selfish. It can be the most selfish, cowardly fucking worldview to have. Do nothing fucking.
I don't know. If you can't, and
principles.
if you just declare something as good or bad, what good is that if you can't explain how or why, or if it's challenged, like
I'll tell you
defend
why,
or go
because
against it?
someone told me.
You just say it is, then that is pathetic. Actually, just like it is, just good. Okay, just period. No, if
Yeah,
you can't
it's
explain
annoying.
why, you don't know what you're talking about. Like you just don't. If you can't explain
Yeah.
why.
And I'm not sure what the Skywards are, but like some things, again, you're just like, I'm a product of this world. This is how to convey things. Like the Bible's a useful tool for an atheist to be able to talk about grand ideas or an established kind of all around the world accepted story. It's a template, the log in the eye story, that parable. That's a great way to try to talk to people. Like, well, make sure you're like checking yourself before you worry about your friends and your buddies and your enemies and attacking them. It's like some of the stories in the Bible have been memed as the pinnacle of an idea to express. So
Yeah,
I'll use whatever Skywards I want because this has been part of the culture of this country, for better or worse. It's permeated our subconscious. When everyone in America thinks of God, once they're like foreigners, they're thinking of the Jesus picture of him like looking up to heaven praying, or the white Jesus knocking on the door, or an old white God looking down at the earth with like the Holy Spirit over his head. It's permeated the subconscious of people. So that's why, without knowing exactly what you're talking about. But anyway, they know they've already hoarded out Yoda too much. Baby Yoda. I disagree. I think they've relied too much on the cute factor of Baby Yoda without actually advancing and complicating him. But just de facto Baby Yoda, I think it's because it's Disney. Disney is, of course, the princess and like the cutesy side animal characters and whatnot. So people just like to write them off.
I feel like if it was in Game of Thrones, it'd also be retarded though.
Baby Yoda.
Yeah, like not
How?
advancing or any. Well,
he'll
just
not,
a baby.
He'll not, yeah.
There's no progress. He's just a baby that's around. Why would I want that around the whole time? Like that becomes extremely less interesting the more it goes. It's just like always there, and you just wonder why would this character carry this baby with him on these dangers? It just doesn't really. If the baby doesn't grow or change or do anything, I don't know. It's weird. And then I'll give it a mech suit and have its body exposed and battle Red Guard things. Like I don't know. It's just like this would be silly if it was fighting White Walkers. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. I'd be like, this is This is
Well,
weird.
no, actually, give me some great ideas to actually make Game of Thrones world even better than it is. It needs a Baby Yoda. You're right. You're right. We need to get like a bone suit for it.
Mm.
It can like use magic to control a walker skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
And it can like have like a
It
cord.
can,
It can get like a Hodor, like a big guy, and you put him in like a little knapsack on the front, and then you have since you don't have like computers and stuff, electronics, you have the Hodor character that can speak. You have him have earrings, and they each have a cord that goes to the hand of the child, and if he's got to say no, 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 he just keeps pulling the Hodor's ear.
He can force heal Brand's legs. He can make a dragon go to sleep. Yeah, take a nap.
Yeah. No, I totally get some of the frustration, baby, but like overall conception, I love Baby Yoda. By the time I get season 3, I'm like, all right, man, like, even you've lost me because like I want depth and story, and you have it available with Baby Yoda.
Well, and did you see the things that happen with it? It's just like okay, so this little infant thing, like what is it? Like it's inconsistent with its intelligence.
Yeah, because he's
awareness.
Like 50-year-old. He's a 50-year-old baby.
Yeah, but then it's like also goo gaga, and it's like, oh, okay, like so. I don't know. That's just.
Well, yeah, and it's like
No.
he's like sitting with Master Luke on the Last Jedi planet, and it's like, all right, baby, let me teach you the ways of the Force and the complicated.
Let me light your cigarette for you.
The complicated perception that the Jedi Order has about all life and how to deal with conflict and enemies.
And you need to learn how to fight at age baby infant. That can't do much anyway. I don't know.
That's why he works
weird.
in season 1, and I'd have to think back.
Out of all of the seasons, I would agree that would make the most sense. And based on the situation that Din is in, he's not like he's trying to escape with the baby and trying to get away or find a place like that does make more sense by comparison to the others. Yeah.
Well, Baby Yoda is great with Mando because Mando's a man who has enhanced armor and he has know-how. He's wizened through being trained in a specialized like murder gang that is like their whole culture is like war and killing, So he's like Liam Neeson. He's got a particular set of skills thanks to his culture that he is adopted into. He adopts a child after initially being contracted to murder it.
And a child is kind of a hindrance to his normal capacity because
he
wouldn't have to worry about
I like how they kind of give an odd couple thing where it's like he is a completely intelligent man with enhanced armor and skills, but again, he's a human that is exposed to an easy death in conflict if it happens. Baby Yoda is a super enhanced, super slow aging species that seems to be thus far, he's the third character of his species in Star Wars on screen. And all 3 of them are Force users. So it seems to be they are Force prone. And it's implicit from like a very early onset. He was at the Jedi Temple beforehand having some kind of training, so he's also got a history of knowledge of multiple Force user engagement.
I wonder if he ever had the little Padawan helmet, the little youngling helmet.
But ultimately, however much he can perceive and understand, he is still a baby. And so like that's why that Carano scene of him choking her is great because
that was funny.
he misinterprets them like dueling as like you're attacking daddy, and so I'm going to kill you.
I'm going to fucking kill you, bitch.
Yeah, it's like that's a great misunderstanding. Like, whoa.
You see, that would be better to me if there was a lot more scenes like that where he seems to be making a lot more complex choices.
Yeah, that's why I love him aborting all
like
the
that.
frog ladies' eggs. I fucking love abortionist Baby Yoda.
Like
that's
you think it's
hilarious.
you think it's like a baby. Oh, he doesn't know. No, he fucking knows. I'm ending the species. I don't give a shit. I'm hungry. That would be
that
funnier.
Would be
No,
fucking
that would
funny.
actually be
Turn
funnier
Baby
if
Yoda
he,
into Hitler. That's funny.
if he was like a conscious, fully conscious baby. He can't communicate normally though,
They all
and so
think,
everybody
oh,
interprets his actions as infantile
aw,
things. But
baby.
he's like, no, I'm doing the language of I'm eating a species. What are you fucking retarded? Like, I know what I'm
No,
doing.
That's now we got to watch The Orphan, because
That would be
that's
funnier.
basically the plot of The Orphan is a fucking murderous old woman that's pulls off presenting as a child, gets adopted, and
Oh, it's like I'm just imagining all the situations that they think are cute, and oh no, the baby, and no, he's like intentionally, bitch, I'm fucking, you tried to kill my dad, I'm gonna kill
this
you.
idiot thinks I'm a baby.
It's
Well,
Rhino's trying
that's
to come
actually
at
really
me.
funny, because it's like, oh, the baby, he needs to suckle, and it's just like this pervy old man the whole time.
It looks at the
sucking on
camera
women's
and
tits.
raises its eyebrows. Wink, wink.
Yeah, it's like Macaulay Culkin,
Yeah,
his little
exactly.
fourth wall
Little
break.
baby Yoda does that every time. He goes, "I'm sorry, Gina." Wink, wink. Yeah, time to suckle.
That was literally the highlight of Gina Carano's career, is getting choked by a baby.
Yeah. Or
Before
if it's
she-
like the Yoda species Benjamin Button ages, and so it's really
that's funny.
really experienced by now, but it's becoming cuter as it ages.
I like that. See, Star Wars should hire Kathleen. Should hire us.
Yeah, like I'm trying to fix my issues with it. That's just like an infant thing that it's inconsistent with what it's doing. This sounds hilarious if it's intentional.
So I love this because I looked at Star Wars Theory's recent videos. So I'm like, Eric July does this stupid shit. We'll just say like something ... and it gives you besides the thumbnail, you have no idea what we're talking about. But Star Wars Theory, like he says, the Acolyte ... episode 2. He does it for episode 1, but most of these, like you see, he has like a consistent tile, or it's like Acolyte gets $180 million budget, Kenobi gets half that ... what? So consistently there's not a delivery like this, but we unmute this. We're going to analyze and react to the Star Wars Theory video. All right, so he shills for his stupid lightsabers that, however good they are, it's like we don't need more lightsabers in the world, man. We need lightsaber control. If there's any lesson in Star Wars, we need lightsaber control, like gun control.
They're a menace.
All right, so let's see what he says about Acolyte. And I watched 2 minutes of this. I figured I'd save it and react to it today.
Acolyte. Well, I got a lot to say, and if you were there during the 4-hour watch party, then you probably got some of my sentiments. Before we begin, I want to say there's a 10% sale going on right now. On
Still
Filmsavers
keeps
today.
talking about it.
100 years before the rise of the Empire. And that's not 100 years before the Phantom Menace, but 100 years before, well, the end of Revenge of the Sith. The premise in this show is that there are Jedi that have lived in peace for hundreds of years. Until now,
Allegedly.
where a dark side user grows their powers in the shadows. Now, I'm not going to start this breakdown in order and succession of what's happening. I'm going to give you guys the details and everything right off the bat. So at the end of this episode, we see the evil guy, the master behind all of this.
He ignites his lightsaber
the Sith,
for no
if you
fucking
will.
reason.
It's a evil guy talking about killing Jedi with a red lightsaber. Call it a dark Jedi, a dark Acolyte, a Sith, whatever
I'm
you want to
surprised they
call
weren't brave
it
in
ain't a good
making
guy.
it a pink
So
lightsaber.
keep that in mind as we continue the breakdown. The show begins with May. This is the evil twin, hell-bent on killing 4 Jedi Masters on some crusade for reasons that we're not too
Wait.
yet.
They're Jedi Masters?
No, the biggest thing is he said like not to whatever, like it's vague. Did Eric July write this script for your Star Wars Theory?
No. But hold on. I thought those were just random Jedi. They're the Jedi Masters. Totally missed that detail.
It was clear to me that at least in
I guess you're right.
I
And
didn't
then
know
there's
about-
the floating guy. I guess he's really strong. I don't know.
Oh, you know the floating guy? That is King was it Toman or Tobin from Game of Thrones?
Yeah, he looked a little familiar.
Yeah.
But no,
Well, it's funny you mentioned that the Masters, and I'm going through at least those couple we've seen, because I made a tweet about that Jedi. I don't know if you saw it though.
no, I don't believe I did.
Wait. Oh, Kara's complaining about Sorry, I'm looking at my notifications before I dig into this, and I see. So Trump had an interview with Fox, I guess today, and he said he was being pro-Israel and saying they need to finish the job in Gaza. So he's pretty much advocating for their mass genocide of Gazans. And so I said, you know what? Lock them up. And so he says, friggin' every time. It's like anytime we believe in someone, oh great, Israel owns them. Never mind.
Yeah.
So that's just funny because I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. I guess I'm just not voting this year for the federal seat of president. Not to say I won't vote. I'm just gonna write in. I'll write in Perry's name. Perry from Twitter. Funny lawyer guy, Greek lawyer guy. Anyway, let me go to my profile, find the highlights. Also, I think today I will react and engage the Tiso, Super Tiso. He's a guy that spent like $300 to get those stupid Dokumon cards off of eBay for us to all see and witness. And he did an article review about ISOM, and I think he made like a fake, like a troll GoFundMe to try to get people to buy him the Iris statue. Okay, I found it. Let me share this. So I said, white man Jedi trying to meditate in peace, non-binary POC murdering him. What did Disney mean by this? There's the poopy hair. If you haven't seen the show. But yeah, let's go back to old Star Wars.
Anyway, sorry, I was just taking the way that the Masters were behaving. I'm like, oh, you're Masters? I wouldn't have guessed really.
Yolanda's like, why don't you just write in my name on the ballot? Whoa. Yolanda, that tells me, Yolanda, that informs me of your gender probably being woman. I don't vote for women.
I think we'd pick Poopy Pants McBoobies or whatever. The guy that's here earlier. That was
Butt
funny.
Face McBooby.
Yeah, he should be president.
I like
with
that.
With that name, he's president. Just hands down.
Yeah, supposedly I got 25 people here watching. I need more fucking comment, interact with me, tell me what you want me to see, tell me I suck, whatever. It's just like I look over and I'm like, I don't know what people are thinking.
Yeah, some people are probably chilling, you know. It's,
stop chilling and engage. All right.
I guess we're not controversial enough.
Gets into a bar, challenges Carrie Ann Moss to the death, who I was hoping was going to stay around for a little longer. Gets bested by the.
That's actually kind of funny too. They advertise her, and then she gets like yoinked in the prologue, pretty much.
Star Wars theory, you fucking idiot! Have you not seen Rise of Skywalker? No one's ever really gone. Thought you were a Star Wars expert, and he doesn't know this.
Yeah, that's true. And she only got killed by a knife. I mean, there's been
it's not a
lightsabers.
Yeah, I know. Like people have survived lightsaber stabs in the chest cavity, so.
What's a little stupid blade gonna do?
What's a little metal blade gonna do to a Jedi? Idiot.
The Jedi Master until she starts throwing metal daggers. And then finally throwing one last dagger at the barkeep, to which Jedi Trinity, I like to call her, saves the day by stopping it, but leaving her guard down to die by a dagger. Now, look, I don't.
That was actually really lame, because look at this pose.
That was really lame.
She has a whole other arm to use.
Well, she could also just not have her full attention on it either. I don't know why it's like it requires this much effort to.
It's very convoluted.
You could have also just like knocked the knife out of the way. You didn't need to like concentrate to hold it in place like Kylo's blaster bolt. Like I don't know.
I think maybe dark side poopy hair is also like forcing it, and so she's combating it by Jedi Master unforcing
I don't know. They
it.
they do it really quick though, so it's not really implied enough to me.
Yeah, but you would
That'd be, I
think-
guess, best faith interpretation though.
yeah. Again, she's got a drawn lightsaber, and also she can just use the Force with that other hand.
It's like she could have
so-
killed the black chick. She could have knocked her out at any time. She could have done
whoa! Do
anything.
you want another? You want another Summer of Love 2020, rookie?
That's already going to happen whether I do anything or not. So what's the point?
I like your attitude. You're like it's
The point is, the stupid bitch could have killed this stupid cunt anytime she wanted. Like, I don't know.
My fellow American, says Buttface McMovie. They wanted a psycho scream subverting our expectations moment, killing Trinity off. What is Star Wars without Star Wars and without war and lightsabers? Yeah, that's the thing too. They really try to avoid lightsabers. That's annoying as fuck because it's supposed to be, we've seen the Jedi at their pinnacle with the end of the High Republic, the end of the Republic, whatever you want to call it, in the prequels, with all these Jedi all over the place. Even though they say like, "Hey, this war is like stretching us thin," they still got a fucking multitude of Jedi all over the galaxy, and they got fresh stock of children, younglings as well. We've seen lots and lots of Jedi. Thus lots and lots of lightsabers. Yeah, and yeah, this is a time of peace. There's no war. They might have like planetary wars, or skirmishes, but there's nothing really galactic at stake. So that's actually a good point. Like, it is kind of a weird corner to put yourself in narratively. Conceptually, the whole High Republic idea of like, there's nothing really going on that mattered for anyone to really know about getting to the prequels, and then the Sith pop off, and orchestrate.
I feel like there'd be constantly
Civil
wars going
War
on all the time, but maybe not on the galactic scale. Like,
well, that's what I
like
was just saying. Like, there
one or
might be
two
planetary
factions.
skirmishes, but nothing interplanetary or intergalactic.
But I feel like if they're trying to be peacekeepers, that would still require a lot of their forces, unless they're just like, well, I guess that was supposed to be part of their hubris, is that they started to do it based on like the law of like the Republic instead of the Order of the Jedi and what they're supposed to do or something. Like, it's like, are you on our team? On our team? No, well, no, we're not going to help you.
Let me see. So Giannis, Star Wars is so dead that I'm willing to bet the Mandalorian movie will not make $1 billion. I don't know.
Are they making a Mando movie still?
Yeah.
I heard that was announced like 5 years ago or some shit, and it's like still not happening. I don't know. When was the last Star Wars movie? Rise of Skywalker.
They're trying to do Boba Fett years ago, and then Solo bombed, and so they scrapped it and they kind of retooled it for Book of Boba Fett.
Skywalker was the last movie, though.
Yeah, but yeah, they've already announced they're doing the Mando and Grogu movie, whatever that's actually going to be called. Which is like, why do you announce it Mando and Grogu? Like, it's already assumed Grogu would be there, so it's kind of redundant. Just whatever. I guess trying to like secure the headline.
Merchandise, the movie.
Yoda. Yeah. Yeah, that's what gets annoying to me when I hear people cry about Baby Yoda. It's like, okay, they've kind of fallen into the merchandising problem, but I feel like Baby Yoda was like a very legitimate creation for the first couple seasons. They had a story. They even wrote him out of the story, which is like, that takes balls. Like, you're killing a possible cash cow. That's easy money to keep just Baby Yoda, and they wrote him out like that was. So yeah, I think it's very obvious. First 2 seasons, they wrote it with like a real story in mind, and I think there's elements still with like the Republic aspect, that Doctor, but it's not going to be gravitating to most people to watch interspersed with Mando's story. And so yeah, like, you're stuck with most fans are fucking retarded and don't actually want an engaging plot. Most people became fans of Game of Thrones because of tits and blood, and then they end up getting exposed to a complex, worthwhile story. But it's hard to do that with Star Wars, especially with Disney owning it. You're so scared to. Oh, Disney's so weird because like they're so scared. Demographics, they want to please everybody, but then they put Deadpool on Disney Plus with dildos and shit. It's like, what? I like that. Just like, you give me mixed messages and you're like kind of tainting your brand. Like, it's nice if Disney is like the safe brand, and then you have like Touchstone or Fox or whatever you're going to do to be like, all right, this is where we dump all our adult shit, so we can kind of avoid the direct.
Well, I know I told you when we were browsing for the Acolyte thing, I was like, oh look, there's what was there? There was like the Orphan, there was Alien, there was all these like sci-fi things. I think what the fuck else? There was a Predator on there or something. Planet of the Apes. All these ones that just don't seem like they're Disney movies.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to find. We'll get through this Star Wars theory thing in a bit. I'm trying to make sure because Wall, you distract me a little bit, so I'm going over the episode to make sure I gather everything correctly. So the main cast. So no, the light side poopy hair named Asha, which is really a bad fucking name because it's literally spelled OSHA, which is a like agency of the government to protect workers. It's the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, if I'm not mistaken. So it's like workers' comp. That's basically an OSHA problem, you know. But yeah, Amandla, stupid fucking name, Amandla Stenberg. Twin plays Asha and May. So it says twin sisters were separated by a tragedy when they were young. Asha is the former Padawan of Master Soul, who left the Order due to internal turmoil she has regarding her connections to the Force. May is presumed dead until she reemerges as a dangerous warrior using the dark side of the Force. Stenberg wrote backstories for both characters, compared them to the concept of yin and yang. May represents the yin, and of course, Asha represents the yang with a more masculine facade hiding her fragility. Twins Leia and Lauren Bradley respectively portray May and Osha. That was weird. I didn't know that they were actually twins because they don't look related. Like they're both black kids. They don't look related. They look different faced. So I was actually surprised to read that just now. But yeah, what's interesting to me is it seems that they lost their parents at like age 8. There's the tragedy, the fire, or whatever. I was like, wait, when were they fucking Jedi Padawans? Because you're supposed to like abduct them at right after birth, basically, you know, within like a year. So they haven't made attachments that they remember.
They like to be vague all the time.
So yeah, the I don't, maybe the other twin is like forgotten her role. Oh, actually no, because they have a whole scene where it's like they like build up the suspense of like, oh, she's going to use the Force. Oh, here, because you remember the Force.
It's like, oh no, we all clicked on a Star Wars show.
And then
oh no,
surprisingly,
they
they actually make her fail, which I was like, oh, thank God, because like we just saw Obi-Wan where it's like he's like got like Force ED, where you're like, I can't move this little Hot Wheel.
Oh, you mean the light side shit? Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Like Obi-Wan in the Obi-Wan series, if y'all haven't seen it, he's like, you know, impotent with the Force because he's been rusty for like a decade.
He's like, I
which
can't
is fine.
get up.
Yeah,
like,
I like that. That's fine. Where it's like, oh
but
man.
Then the same episode, he can hold the
same
ocean
episode
back.
With really no time in between. A couple hours later, he gets on a water planet, and then they like break the windows underwater, and then he like with the Force holds all this physical weight of crushing water so many feet below the surface. So every foot you go down, the heavier that's just going to feel to you. Because it's like compacting, you know, you got like layers and layers and layers of water. So,
and in the finale thing, he gets like a random juice boost of like, now I can lift even more rocks and throw them at you somehow, even though that just seemed like he was like he was down, and then he's like, now I can do more.
So okay, I was mixing up. So yeah, the light side girl has trained with the Force, but she seems kind of impotent, which is a nice little surprise of like, well, she's not full girl boss. If anything, she's kind of an idiot.
They said she like left. She was like, I'm bored, and left. Something.
And but yeah, the dark side one's pretty clear. She has the Force the whole time because and yeah, by the end of it, she does her like sandblast. So,
which honestly, to me, though, makes her kind of lame because I thought she was going to be a non-Force person that's trying to kill Jedi, and then that would be something. But I don't know.
Well, if I guess one has the Force, it'd be weird for the other one not to. It seems kind of like a birth.
Well, I'm saying that neither should have the Force. I don't know why they're doing this storyline like this. I don't know.
Well, I think it'd be weird if the Jedi we're having this like you
No,
know, you go
I'm
back.
saying they shouldn't have them. I don't know why these Jedi are the plot. I don't know why that's significant. Why
'Cause they killed a
they need to
Jedi.
have the Force. Well, I know, but I don't see why does it have to be a Jedi or like a Force person that kills a Jedi. That's my point.
Sure.
That's like
we have
less
to see
interesting
where the
to
story
me than
goes. We have to see where the story goes.
I don't trust that it's going to be interesting at fucking all. So it's like I'd rather it be that they created a clever character that isn't Force powered and that can take one down.
I kind of agree, but I'm
And
just
again, the
waiting to
way
see
they
where the
do
story
this is
goes.
just retarded.
But anyway, what I was
nice.
gonna say earlier is I really don't like industrious planet like say Coruscant, perfect example. It's really weird that the Jedi are like recording and taping a confession. That's what happens. So like they have this whole time mistaken Asha for May because they're twins, and so they kind of figure it out, and they even confirm it when May kills a master, and then right after Osha comes in and finds the body, like, "Ha, we got you red-handed," and then the black guy's like, "Actually, I was following her the whole time. It wasn't her." And
Like Jedi, are you this retarded, Jedi? Like literally?
yeah, like they
would you
can't
be-
sense like her emotions of like clearly she's
I don't know.
confused.
I'd say just deductive reasoning. They just instantly jump to a conclusion. Oh, are they children? Like I saw you, and then that's it. That's all there was. Like this reminds me of I don't know what the fuck show it was, but there was like some puppet thing that wore a hat, and one side was red and one side was green, and people on one side of the room saw the red side and said it's a red hat. The other people saw the green and said it's a green hat. They were very sure that hat was fully the color, literally with picket signs and everything, arguing over the hat.
What the fuck?
And then it walks the other way, and everybody's like, "What?" And so it's like, this is what that feels like to me. They're just this retarded. They're just like, so sure. There's no investigative anything. I feel like Bruce Wayne at age 5, that has no detective ability or education, could come.
Well,
so dumb. So
do not be
stupid.
confused, people. Asians they pick and choose in like woke leftism. They really pick and choose the value of Asian people. Generally against white people, they're clearly a minority. Boo-hoo. But Master Soul is like, but other times, especially like college admissions, there's been they had to overturn some what do you call it? What is that? It's like that race shit in America from like the 60s of like it was like for like job hiring stuff where it's like, well, we gotta like let in a percentage of minorities just because, to fight racism. Fuck, what is
It's a
it?
quota? I don't know.
Well, it's like that idea, but
there's been so many new ones. I don't know what the old ones were.
Racist.
There's new ones now that it's different than what that was.
Practice overturned. Let me see. Affirmative action. I knew it was an A. Affirmative action. All right. So affirmative action has actually targeted Asians to keep them barred from college admissions because they overwhelmingly high percentage for the demographic get in compared to any other demographic. This isn't, what they're talking about, like, for lack of a better term, yellow Asians, like Eastern Asians versus the whole continent, including the brown people, Arabics, and like Filipinos, whatnot. Collectively, they all have way better admissions, but especially the Eastern Asians. So don't be mistaken. Just because there's not really any effective white people or white males, especially in this show, do not think that Master Soul, the Asian, is going to like get by squeaky clean. This show is going to undercut his male presence at every turn. And the only male presence that will be valid will be the black guys, like we saw. Thank you. Affirmative action. Generally, like police officers, how silly. Like the Monk angle. Cool. Well, that's funny. Monk is like the ace in the hole. He's such an oddball, but he's a fucking great detective. But yeah, I'm expecting them to kind of have the woke anti-Asian stance in the show, especially with him being the like kind of like assertive male. But anyway, yeah, essentially this poisoning happens and the Jedi actually just accepts it. Like he's got this force aura that makes dark side poopy hair look stupid, and he's just like, whatever, I'll drink it anyway.
He said, "I was waiting for you." Like, this is so lame. They think this is deep or cool. Like, what? He didn't have. Oh no, they must feel really guilty for what they did. And it's like,
yeah, well, I don't get it, but it's like
know,
I like that
really
idea
lame.
in Star Wars. It's just so fucking like this should be a really profound idea.
I'll say we should be invested to some degree, but it's just like there's not even, again, based on how they approach their mystery solving and their stuff, they're just so stupid. Like I'm not invested in them. They're really
it's
dumb.
Like if I didn't hate Samuel Tarly enough for being a fat fuck that never progresses in the story for any meaningful way, God, they had to one up that Ricky, and they got the Fadawan who's like overwatching with like the weird little girl Jedi, and then like, oh man, we lost her. Where'd you go? And of course, the black guy finds her because nothing's getting by a black guy, even though he could never conceive of a twin being mismatched.
Apparently not. Ever. Nope. That in the whole galaxy, never. Has there been a twin before.
Someone is assuming. I saw on Twitter. I can't remember where I saw it. But someone is like, well, how many of y'all think the green chick's actually the like bad person undermining the Jedi from within? And I'm like, maybe, but I don't see it happening.
I haven't seen enough of it
because like they did this in Last Jedi, where it's like Holdo is perfectly set up to be a double agent. And you're like, oh no, actually she's really good, and she's the hero. Like what?
I can't tell with them.
That would have made so much more sense if like actually she is like dragging us out to make sure you all fucking die.
Now, this is weird too. So I know this is 100 years before the Empire Strikes Back, but the way the Jedi behave seems so alien to the Jedi in the prequels. Like they're these they're not only they're detectives, they're police officers, but they also really suck at both. Like when they say the Trinity, when she gets killed, before she got killed, she radioed or something. There's a force bitch here attacking her, and then they send like 2 people to deal with this.
An unidentified force user,
and it's like, oh, just like 2 people. I don't know. And
then
she gets
rookie,
and she gets killed, and they know she gets killed. And so it's like, oh, you don't think you should like be more prepared or anything? Send actual skilled people to kill this bitch or capture this bitch, and and then like when they go approach the light poopy hair chick, they send 2 as well with other. That's the 2 they send, and they bring the witness, they bring the bartender with them, and he like think about it. So like they're just like, okay, what, like there wasn't a footage or something, right? Like it was just a witness.
Yeah.
And
so he sees her, and she looks like
no.
twin.
Well, no. He sees the evil one, but then why do they go to this chick? He just described like out of the whole galaxy, like this black chick, like it just looks. They just have one match.
Let me look back at the Wikipedia really quick. All right, so this is the episodic.
Millions and millions
synopsis.
Of races.
In a bar on the planet Uda. I hope I read that right. It's Ueda. Jedi Master Trinity is attacked and killed by a woman wielding daggers. The bartender identifies Asha Annie.
They identify as trans or something.
A former Jedi Padawan learned her as the killer. Asha, who works as a mechanic doing dangerous repairs on the outside of starships, denies committing the isn't that the whole point of like R2D2's reveal in episode 1?
That was exactly my thoughts. That was exactly my
all
thoughts.
Of these astromechs getting shot And then, wow, look at
Apparently,
look at
they're
that. He's the
invented.
one that made it. He fixed the shit. Oh boy! Like,
Apparently, they're invented afterward. Even though in like Knights of the Old Republic, they had the same fuckers like around at those
oh
times.
no!
But whatever, they're retarded.
That's how they're writing this. Oh fuck me. All right, so she's a mech neck. Stupid fucking word.
But how would he know? He's just a bartender that sees this evil chick attack people, and then they just go, "We're just going to take you to who it is."
Oh my god! Wait. Let me read this. All right, so, mech neck. She denies committing the crime when arrested by Jedi Knight Yord Fandar and his Padawan Tassiloa.
Oh my god, these are like
en route to Coruscant, the galactic capital. Asha's fellow prisoners escape and leave her to crash on the planet Karlak. She sees a vision of her twin sister May, who was presumed dead in a fire that killed her family when they were young. I feel like Dokuman wrote this. Asha deduces that May is alive and the one who killed Indara. Jedi Master Vernestra Rowe sends Master names. Soul. Soul is like the
Soul's fine.
Soul's like I think enough. A Korean city.
It's nice and simple. I like that.
Osha's former teacher to Karlak with his current Padawan Jeki Lawn.
Galafnor, whatever.
In Yord. They find Asha and Soul. And Soul accepts her theory about May. Elsewhere, May meets with her mysterious master, who has challenged her to kill a Jedi without using a weapon. All right, so episode 2, May attempts to kill Master Torbin in a temple on the planet Olega, but is prevented by his forced meditation. Torbin has been floating in silent meditation for over a decade.
Oh, wait. So she's supposed to kill them without weapons?
Yeah.
But she did, though.
Well, she killed Indara with a dagger.
Right, so she failed.
Vernestra sends Soul, Jeki, Yord, and Osha to investigate this attack. May regroups with Khmer, who is helping her hunt the 4 Jedi who are stationed on her and Osha's home planet, Brendok, at the time of the fire. Indara, Torbin, Kelnaka, and Soul. Khmer provides May with the poison and warns her that she still needs to kill one of the 4 without a weapon. May offers the poison to Torbin as absolution for his past. He stops meditating and willingly takes it, dying just as the others arrive. May escapes and Osha poses as her to get information from Khmer. He reveals the existence of May's master and her overall plan. That night, Soul confronts May and reveals to her that Osha is alive. Osha attempts to stun May, but misses, and May gets away again. She comes back for Khmer later and threatens him over talking to the Jedi, but he convinces her to leave him alive because he has learned that Kelnaka is living on the planet Kofar. Wait, who the fuck is this? A South Korean American filmmaker. Wait, I gotta go back to the Acolyte. Okay, there we go. Excellent comment. But the next director is just a single word man named Kogonada. And then the next 2 episodes will be Alex Garcia Lopez, and then Kogonada does another episode, and then Hanella Culpepper directs the last one. So we got at least 6 episodes to go, rookie.
No. But no, so I guess just again. So
I guess it's great, rookie. We're gonna watch this, and then simultaneously, once it releases, House of the Dragon.
So when they catch the chick off of her mechanic's ship or something, they arrest her. What do? They put her on a droid ship with like 2 pilots and 1 guard. Somebody who they believe killed a Jedi Master.
It's actually a good point.
What the fuck?
And she's
is
been
any of
trained by
this?
the Jedi, so you never know if she could force manipulate anything. if
It
she's
just seems like
advanced on
everything's.
her own.
Why is she not like kept unconscious? They even had like a weird fish thing or something on
They had a
another
parasite,
prisoner.
yeah.
And it's like, why not just keep them asleep? Like, I don't understand. You don't have to carbonate them, but I assume you can sedate people. Like, just
Carbonate
simple,
them.
simple. You know what I mean? Like simple medical stuff.
Yeah,
or
well, it
something.
says her trying to kill him and not being able to get through his force bubble felt like a meme. It did.
That
It
was
felt like
funny.
a joke. I was like, what the fuck?
Like, is she doing a mime trick? Like, it's just a mime trick. Like, just I can't get you. Just kidding. Like, I don't know. That was really lame. Not just the Jedi. They seem really, really stupid. Like, I know that a lot of people joke on that for the prequels, but like they seem to. Yeah, maybe some decisions are kind of weird that they do, but it seems not as weird as this is like constantly stupid. Like everything they do, nothing's like, yeah, that's actually a good idea. It's usually just, no, why are you doing anything you're doing at all ever? Like, what? Why is this your choice? What are you doing? They send these stupid bitches, and then like even when they first arrest her, but I think before they put her on the prisoner ship, I forget, they just have her on a table. And they're like, "Yeah, you're fine here, I guess. We're watching. We're watching you."
Oh, you did handcuff her, so
Yeah, but she's like implied to have killed Trinity, who's like a kung fu bitch. It's like, I don't know. I assume you'd take a little precaution with this when you
You're
have
just
like
a man baby.
really young bitches watching this powerful girl boss bitch like with poopy hair. Like, I don't know. I'd be worried about that. I'd be worried about
I love
that.
how I really mean poopy hair into your brain.
Yes.
I'm gonna look up hashtag the Acolyte.
What's up, Nick? Echo Base. He said he's on the
Echo
road.
Base.
He's on the road listening, driving,
What?
and stuff.
Oh man. Oh, you're in Dallas? Oh, are you doing the fan meetup? That's cool.
Oh yeah,
Cops
it's
show.
summertime. Yeah.
Well, no, there's
It's
that
like a
meetup
lame cop show.
Well, we just watched Shrek 2 for first time in a long time, and like in that like joke memeing cops, it's like more compelling that the knights are legitimate good cops than a Star
Yes.
Wars show of Jedi being cops.
Yeah.
Uh,
So many aspects that are lame.
all right, let's get through this because I'm actually once we get through this and two, we're gonna check out what Echo Base has been saying about this because I haven't watched them in a while. I'm still doing, but there's so much I gotta watch. I'm focused on.
There's a lot of stuff.
I'm focused on detracting Ripaverse. So like when it started with like Nick and his stream, we had like space. It was like maybe a weekly. Oh, this one thing happened with Ripaverse and Eric. So ha ha ha. But now it's becoming like daily shit for months with Ripaverse and Trashcast and Eric replying and lying about shit.
Like, can you guys please just make it once a week instead of like every day having
Like, can you
something
please
retarded
stop being
happen?
so retarded so I can watch Echo Base and other people and watch Star Wars shit? God. But yeah, let's watch this
Day by stopping it, but leaving her guard down to die by a dagger. Now, look, I don't want to nitpick, but I was surprised to learn that daggers are a little more lethal than lightsabers
Yes.
after the Kenobi
Thank
show
you.
and how
Yes.
Anakin's lightsaber went right through Reva's chest, which wasn't effective. And then again, Vader's lightsaber going through adult Reva and being ineffective. I don't
And
know if
then
that's a testament-
also, wait, man, he could have really made a meme here. And then also going through the Mando bitch's chest and not being a problem.
That's true.
the lightsabers or to Reva's absolute OP power levels, but I guess we'll find out someday. We see May's light side twin, Osha, who wakes up on a ship when her buddy brags about the wild night that he and the crewmates had on Nar Shaddaa. Now, a bit of a backstory, Nar Shaddaa is just kind of like Star Wars Vegas. There isn't much law. You can kind of do anything you want. It's a crime world ran by the Hutts, and there's just a lot of scum and villainy there. We see Nemoidians enter the ship, and they no longer have their Asian accent that George Lucas had them
That
with
annoyed
all
me.
throughout the
No, okay, so I'll say this.
That
I don't know.
they didn't have the
It's
accent.
probably a woke retcon,
It is.
but I'll say this. I feel like they've done this in Clone Wars that like just because your species has been like basically memed in the consciousness as a certain portrayal doesn't mean that there's not a spectrum of portrayals they can have. So I'll give them the space for the future. This is just like a couple Nemoidians that have, maybe
I would agree if they showed any sort of history of that being a thing they would do for not like wokish reasons or like, it's racially insensitive or something like, if they showed any sort of consistency with that, but they don't. So I'm not taking that as this was definitely for that reason only.
The prequel trilogy. Maybe these guys have a dialect. Maybe they come from a different part of the galaxy. I don't know. Now, the thing that's making the rounds on the internet is that there's fire in space. Well, there was also fire in Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, when R2 saved the day at the beginning of the film. However, I like to think that more of a suspension of disbelief, and this one's more of like a let's kind of use the fire to do something here. They focus on it a little bit too much, which just sort of takes you out of the scene.
I'm sorry, what was the point of showing us any of that again? Like,
because
was
she's
there,
a
like,
neck.
But like, what did that serve?
Because she has mechanical knowledge. That's her job.
It's just so separate from anything. Like, this could have been, if this was related to the plot in some way, it's just like a random scene. I don't know. Like, in terms of writing, this is like, and then we have a scene where this happens. Okay,
it's funny because partially I was sleepy, but just rewatching it after I was like awake, it's like just nothing really sticks out.
Yeah, which is a waste of time.
Wait, is this really possible in Star Wars? And well, hey, it's Star Wars. None of this is really possible, but that's when you start to get the questions. Anyways, the Jedi arrive on the ship, and they're led by Jedi Knight.
I hate their visual.
Ricky really hated the Batgirl. I don't like the. I really hate.
I don't like either of them.
I really hate having such a modern haircut. It's only been the last like 5 years this haircut's been popular. And it's like, Killmonger and then Miles Morales and now a Star Wars guy. It's such a it takes me out visually because it's such a like I see this in the real world haircut. Star Wars is supposed to be like it pulls from all sorts of cultures and puts little memes of cultures in stuff. Like the Jedi robes on it's very Asiatic. Samurai and whatnot, but it's still like uniquely somewhat different, to be such an obvious modern thing. I really hate it, but I appreciate they're having a bit more aliens in this universe.
I'm fine with aliens. I just think that looks like a pathetic piece. Like it doesn't look good to me. I've seen similar ones to this that look like they fit more naturally. This looks goofy as shit.
I think her having the brow ridge horns and the like kind of bat ears and then hair, it's like
it's like seven different things exactly, and they didn't commit to any of them. And she's short, and just next to him, and I don't know. There's a lot of things here that I don't like. I didn't think about this until just now, but like their robes, I'm fine with there being different robe designs and stuff, but like. I don't know, something about them. It just seems like a different type of muted. I don't know. It's not a huge deal. It's just like out of everything. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is a consistent image style that they've chosen for the High Republic era of Jedi. So it's whatever. At least they're being consistent through multimedia. So I'll give them that prop, even if I don't like it. It's not that. For me, it's not. It doesn't.
That would be my nitpick. It's just I just don't visually like it, but it's whatever. It's fine.
And another Jedi. It seems Yord used to have feelings for.
I also don't
Osha,
like this guy's fucking face. I don't know. Something about his face is just too smirky. Like not even a stupid Star Wars thing. What it looks like to me. Like he looks like he auditioned for the wrong.
Doesn't
show.
belong. Yeah, he doesn't belong. It's funny too because there's a guy who auditioned for Netflix live action Avatar show, and he said, "I thought I was auditioning for James Cameron's Avatar."
No,
it's just like how far do you get in this and not realize this isn't James Cameron's Avatar?
When you start, they're not blue people. Oh, okay, so not this one. Gotcha.
His friends, he says he never thought he'd see her again. He kind of fills the audience on what the story is. Osha left the Jedi Order 6 years
better
ago.
without
she was
poopy
found
hair.
in a fire when she was around 8.
Oh, bro.
And
oh man, I gotta show her because she's such a fucking.
She's got a nice face.
Mandla.
Got a good face. Just the mop on her head is just like, yeah, come on, man, really?
I will show you. Like, you see your poopy face. Now I'm going to show you what she actually looks like, and she has various different hairstyles, and all of them look fucking cute. Again, SJWs love ruining beauty.
It's a specialty, really.
Look at this.
Whoa.
Ah, shit. Hold on. What did I? Let me zoom out. There we go. Look at this.
Damn.
And at first I'm like, wait, can I say she looks cute? And I had to verify. Okay, she is 25.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Like, even
Yeah,
this like
much
wild
better.
haircut. Like, look at this. This is kind of
That's
cool.
better. That shows more of her face. It doesn't feel like it's like hiding behind her hair.
Like, look at this. Look at this bad bitch.
She's got maybe it's partly because her forehead is shown. It helps her face shape stand out.
Yeah, like, and yeah, I mean, I'm legitimately like, God, she's pretty, but I also shared this thing like, if you had your choice, who would your two partners in a threesome be? And I picked her, and then the girl from Ozark is cast as female Silver Surfer, partially trigger SJWs if it makes the rounds. I'm like,
Oh, look, neckbeards are sexualizing the Star Wars actress.
it's like, yeah,
Okay,
sell
sure.
Star Wars. Like,
The
I see
problem
this
would
and
be
it's like,
where?
why are you ruining this potential sex appeal? Not that Star Wars
They
needs
did this
to be
to
overtly
Kelly Marie
sexual.
Tran too. Like, stop.
Well, no,
stop
she's a
ugifying.
fucking potato, but
Wait,
she's a cuter potato than what Star Wars made her.
That's what that was my point. They keep on making whatever degree of hotness they are and making it worse. That's not good. That's just un-American.
Yeah, so here is
Yeah, I'm not saying she's like a
Potato Sack
bombshell.
Tico. But then yeah, you look at like,
And it's just like it looks not like you wouldn't. I'd honestly be like, are they the same person? Like, there's a
you'd be
difference.
like,
Look at
you
the
see
smile
this,
on the one.
you see this, and you're like, oh Jesus, don't let her behind the wheel. But then you see like this, and you're like, oh, hello, Rady.
Yes,
I mean, even this,
you
is
can
like,
ram my ship anytime.
and you see this, and it's like, whoa, she is carrying a lot of cargo in the front, if you know what I mean.
Hey. Oh, we gotta make sure that like none of her boobs are visible. We gotta make sure that her skin isn't visible. Her
See, look at
face-
this. Look at this, like this cute little smirk. She's like, you want
Yeah.
this, don't you?
I'm surprised how much like chest is being shown. My God, like because like none of it's shown at all in the sequels.
Yeah, like look, this is like a kind of pre like rub me wrong time O face.
Rev you wrong time, virgin.
All right, let's go back to
Let's finish
oh,
some
Gilly
Star
Chow.
Wars theory.
roll
I like
Tide.
that he said some things that make sense to say, so that's good.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's goofy, but sometimes he hits the nail on the head.
Then they accuse her of killing a Jedi Master, but of course it was her twin, but none of them know this yet. They take her in a prison transport for questioning to Coruscant. It's nice to see Coruscant.
No, they put her
Master-
on a separate prison transport for some reason. That they also did they bring an extra droid prison ship with them to get her? Like,
I don't know.
that actually sounds even more lame than it's like what. Never mind, I'm gonna go down rabbit holes.
Soul
with this
trains
shit.
younglings. Then he
Sergius.
speaks with Master Vernestra. The backstory
Piccolo.
is that Soul saved Osha and saved her from a fire on her home on Brendok as a kid. He doesn't believe that she killed the Jedi Master Trinity. They decide to keep this possibility hush-hush
Yes,
as if it
that's
were to
Trinity,
leak,
I like
their
that.
political enemies could use it against them. Now, I think they're keeping it hush-hush kind of within the Jedi Council. I don't think they would keep this from Master Yoda. Osha
I'd like
is
to know
on
who the
drop
political enemies
ship.
are.
Oh, well, I was gonna say about Yoda. We were talking about him earlier. He's in this timeline because he's really fucking old.
Yeah,
He
yeah, of
dies at,
course,
like,
yeah.
900. So he's still I don't know if he's the Grand Master, but he's one of the top masters in the Jedi.
I feel like it would make sense that he's the Grand Master for
He's
at least
in the
half his
comics.
lifetime.
He's in the first issue, I think, of the High Republic.
That'd be pretty funny. Like, you go back to like 800 years ago, and let's say he becomes the Grandmaster 800 years ago, and so it only took him 100 years, and then like, all right, so after like 50 years, like, all right, one of these days I'll be the next Grandmaster, huh, Yoda? He's like, bro, I gotta tell you, I'm gonna outlive like your next quite a few generations.
What you do is to meme Yoda.
Never be Grandmaster.
He gets on the council, but he's not granted the rank of master. He's like, outrageous this is.
Once you reach age, 730, we might consider it.
Have a seat, Master Yoda. Non-Master Yoda.
It eventually goes down and she escapes. After saving one of the last inmates, he takes the last pod and she crash lands on some ice planet. As Master Soul observes his former apprentice's hologram, we see how he has still got this
is her hologram.
Yes, get it right.
Attachment to her. He's like a much more weak version of Qui-Gon Jinn, in my opinion. He kind of does his own thing, but he's not as confident or stoic as Qui-Gon. He's a little more emotional, I feel like. He recognizes that the Jedi aren't always right, and I think that's cool. He definitely steals the show. Osha wakes up, and she has a vision of May and herself when they were young, during the fire on their home world.
Look, they don't look alike. They're actually twins.
Yeah.
Weird.
On Brendok. They speak with each other, and I feel like there's some sort of force connection, force dyad.
That's why I was a little confused. Honestly,
them.
I was kind of like, are you trying to tell me that are they like, because their faces didn't match up, and so I was like, I don't know, are you like imagining she's your sister and she isn't or something? But
yeah,
okay,
facilitate this because they're answering each other's questions here, so it's
isn't that creepy, sort of Angus? The black eyes,
even though they don't know that one or the other is alive, I guess until now. Soul gathers two other Jedi, Yord and Daphne Keen's character, Jeki, who is a Padawan, which is indicated with her braid. He tells the story of Osha and May, revealing that they are twin sisters and that May started a fire when they were kids. This fire
does he bring the Padawan to be like
Jeki
fodder
says,
to be
so
killed?
Do you think that May is alive and could be the one? And Master
shit!
Soul says no.
Oh my god. Daphne Keen. I knew that name. That is X-23 from Logan.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I know there's rumor that she might. I said this years ago. I'm like, with Disney getting, the X-Men properties and stuff. I'm like, they need to have her like the way to get around, the icon of Hugh Jackman's Wolverine is to like make X-20 like. There's rumors about like, fan casting like Keanu Reeves as Wolverine. I'm like, well, that would actually work. Keep him like pretty much quiet and just have him be like an iconic character, but he's really just an action role and he doesn't have like really weight character wise because we've seen so much of Wolverine.
Those would be like, shut up, bub.
And so then you like focus with X-23 as a character, and thus you can have your cake and eat it too. Is that's my theory of like the best way to handle Wolverines in new Marvel.
She's dead. They find Osha on the ice planet. She tells them that she didn't kill the Jedi Master. Soul believes her when she says that May did it. He says, I know. I guess that was a pretty quick switch up. May walks by the beach as she comes to her master, who is saying a Jedi is essentially invincible to metal or lightsabers, except against an Acolyte who fights without a weapon and just stealths their way through everything. An
Acolyte
really
stealth anything, though.
Dream.
She literally goes to her table,
says, approaches them and
me.
says, "Attack me, bitch!" And it's actually really lame. And then also for the bad guy, he's like, I'm like when he's talking facing away from her. That'd be funny if she's like, I have no idea what you said because you're not talking toward me. You're talking.
Did you speak up a bit or come closer?
Like,
they did that in Anchorman too.
That's why I'm laughing because they know that's a joke, but then these guys don't know it's a joke. That's what's funny. And then but then he ignites his lightsaber for no reason. It's just like, oh, you did like the stupid mall thing in Solo where he's talking on a hologram to her in his house, and he's like, I'm gonna ignite my lightsaber. It's like, why? Just shut up.
I'm more fine with it here. The mall thing was silly because when you reveal Maul is behind some of these events and in control of Kira, it's like the reveal is like, oh fuck, Maul's in this. Like we know that guy, so you don't need to show a fucking lightsaber, unless you like, have a scene that.
Well, yeah, no,
makes
but
it-
they think that fans need to see the lightsabers to Coom,
the
otherwise. Yeah,
Well,
I
it
don't
was
know.
a way
I
to
don't get it.
sell new toys with his new version of his lightsaber and his new.
I feel like you could just sell the toys without showing the lightsaber. If you just have the toy with the lightsaber, I don't know. Like you don't.
Shut up.
If you ask me, you see a Darth Maul toy and he has a lightsaber.
Put a
you'd
chick
buy
in it and make her lame and gay.
Just get the shit.
Oh, I'm gonna make a meme because in episode 2 they do this murder mystery thing trying to find May, and then she, being a twin, pretends to be May to get intel from the poisoner and thus catch him confessing the poison. And so apparently this chick, obviously female presenting girl in Hollywood, is supposedly non-binary, I've heard. And so it's like literally like the Tropic Thunder joke where it's like, I'm the non-binary disguised as a non-binary playing another non-binary.
Yeah, you got to deal with it.
So obviously, an Acolyte doesn't need a weapon because they need to stay stealthy and under the radar. And a lightsaber is anything but that. I'd also imagine that not using a lightsaber or any sort of weapon is kind of like passing a test. It's like a rite of passage. You do this, you kill those Jedi Masters without any sort of
I'd like to
weapon,
agree,
and
but
you
then,
will-
but who's proving that that's what happened?
What do you mean?
Well, if he said that if she has to do this to pass a test, bitch over here ain't watching. Like, what? How do you prove that
force
that's what you
choke a
did?
Jedi?
That's what I'm getting at. Why? What does the means matter? Like what is? How is this a test if the person that needs to pass the test or that like needs to prove that you passed isn't watching you? You can just do whatever you want, and then like she could just like get a ship and shoot them from the sky, and then be like, "Oh, but I did what
But
you
the
said."
ship is
Yep.
a weapon.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. She could just say that she didn't do that though.
But
She
he
could
would
just
sense
say
her lies.
she could just say, "Yeah, I decapitated her with my bare hands," or I had them drink poison.
You're
or
talking too much sense.
I
Ricky.
threw a
You
knife
need to
and
stop it right now.
and it's just like, why? What is preventing? That's what's funny too, because they show the Jedi can do the mind, read your mind, not a mind trick, but read your mind, pull thoughts and shit from your brain, which is like, so whenever they need to know anything, why don't they do that? Like when they don't know that she's not the killer. It's like, well, just read her mind, because you were going to do that like immediately when you entered the Nemoidian ship. You're just going to go straight to, I'm going to fuck with your mind, bro. And then when they get to her, they're like asking her questions. It's like, why does this even matter anymore? You can just like mind rape. Like, what? You know what I mean?
Yeah, whatever. It's
Kylo
not a
does
hang-up for
that.
me.
They do that. They do that in this show to the prisoner guy, to the guy that escaped. So
Yeah.
why don't they do that anywhere else? Like,
It's not that much of a hang up for me. So
it's
I
I
don't
mean,
really have-
it's just a dumb mechanic. If you have it, why have it? And don't show it then. You know, like just don't show it, and then I won't complain about it.
yeah. Wrong pad. There you go.
probably become a Sith or something. Overall, I thought it was pretty basic, pretty meh. The writing, in my opinion, wasn't really all that interesting. I'm not invested in the characters just yet, and I'm not saying I won't be. It just takes some time, and that's how it works. You can't just start killing people off and expecting the viewer to be totally invested in the death of these characters right away. You have to spend maybe one episode, maybe two, to get used to them, to build their story.
Not
Let
many.
us connect with them, much
One,
like in
maybe
Game
two.
of Thrones. Then in episode 3 or 4 or something, then start dropping them like flies, and everything just takes off super fast because of the exposition from the first 2 episodes. I've already seen episode 2, and I think episode 1 was better. Now I'm going to go and do the episode 2 breakdown, so hope you guys enjoyed.
All right, let's go back. Let's get to episode 2. Let's see what he says.
Say your worst fears were real.
Great women. That's going to be great.
Episode 2 breakdown and my thoughts. Well, as we enter the Jedi Temple,
Oh, thank God,
on
not another
Omega, May infiltrates very easily, I should add. as she finds Master Torben, who hasn't spoken to anyone in 10 years, as he sits there and meditates in midair. May tries to fight him, but he has the force field shield on him, so that keeps her out and at bay. Now, Master Torben took the bearish vow, which we find out in a little bit, and I'm going to explain exactly what that is, because the first time we actually learned about this bearish vow was in the 2017 Darth Vader comic, where
your
he
favorite's
fights Kirak
EU.
in Phila, which I
No, this isn't
covered.
the EU. This is Disney cans. This is current canon. So
That was current. I thought he was.
yeah, he said
implying it was-
2017. They
Oh,
they,
for some reason
they
I-
clean slated it in 2014.
For some reason, I heard that as pre 2000 or something. Never mind. Okay,
Yeah, plus the art is just obviously pretty new.
that's true.
At that time.
Asking Vader if it was him who caused the shift in the Force of all the Jedi's death.
For my transgressions, I took the bearish vow to live alone inside the Force until my true path as a Jedi became clear. I declare my bearish complete, for my brothers and sisters are dead, and their murderer stands before me. I know my path, killer, and its end is also yours.
Osha meets Jackie, and Soul
funny.
speaks with Yord about the twin theory and how they could be working together, that he can't really trust them. Yord is very uptight and a very, very by-the-book Jedi. He's almost kind of like Obi-Wan, just, I don't think, as
Oh,
smart
great.
or-
Exactly. Put those two together because they both suck.
I
Thanks.
just
I
don't
agree.
see
Fuck-
the comparison
Fuck the
at all.
Jedi.
Fake news.
or talented. Vernestra speaks with Soul on hologram and confirms that it's May, Osha's twin sister, as another attack broke out, which was the one against, sleepy Master Torben. May goes to speak with a potions master at the apothecary who knows about her identity and her Sith master. So I'm guessing this guy is, with her on all of this, or maybe as her guide. Kind of an underground potions poison maker.
Professor Snape.
Anyways, he makes her a poison for Torben and she leaves. When she tells him not to tell the master about this, and this meaning the poison being a weapon, she makes a point that it wouldn't be good for
Why
him.
is it taking a long time to
or
explain this part?
Now, her
He
master
seemed to
instruct-
take.
Because
extra long time to
got
say
to
this.
pad the time. He knows. the YouTube
Did that
game.
feel really long to you? He's like, and then he gave her the poison, and I was like, okay, so the next thing, no, and then as she turns away to leave, and then she says this, and then to do this. I'm like, fuck, what? Just
instructed her not to use any weapons to kill these 4 Jedi that she's trying to kill. The reason for this is because it leaves no trace of evidence behind, which, as you'll see in a minute, she ends up doing. And the other reason, I think it's like a rite of passage, kind of, where if she was able to kill all these Jedi Masters without using a weapon, then she can become a Sith Acolyte or something. As Soul heads to Alega to speak with the Jedi Temple guys, which are kind of like
Fadawan. They get the Fadawan.
yes.
mall cops, I feel like. May makes her way in and speaks to Torben, telling him she knows why he took the bearish vow. The first time we hear of this bearish vow was from the Darth Vader comics from 2017 by Charles Soule, where Vader fights Kirak in Phila, who took the bearish vow, vowing to remain abstinent from activities of the Jedi, refocusing themselves on the Force only. For example, Kirak and Phila took the vow and didn't hide after Order 66 because, well, you don't partake in Jedi activities, which is then how Vader found him. She tells him his past still haunts him, makes him feel guilty for the past, in which we find out he thought he was doing something right at the fire. Now, what this is, I can only assume would be to
We have to
leave
be
without
Eric
properly
Cheliasms and be
searching
vague
for
as
May.
fuck.
He finally opens his eyes and speaks to her, saying he's waited for her for years. He takes the poison and ends himself due to guilt. He says he thought he and the Jedi were doing the right thing. I guess he was there at the fire all of those years ago.
Wow,
He
and you
drinks
could have
the
done
poison
anything to, maybe help stop that from happening again or something. but you're
Also-
just gonna be
Oh
retarded.
man, I got it wrong. So with my enhanced
I
ability,
guess I'll just kill myself. I don't
guess
know.
instead
Fuck
of
it.
helping more people in the future and making up for that failure by having more successes, I'll just kill myself.
They're like worse. They're the worst. They're just like, I messed up. I'm gonna die now. Okay, thank you. Bye. I'm dead. Oh no. Whoops.
And dies,
Jesus
but
Christ.
not, of course, before leaving the actual vial of evidence right there. The Jedi arrive at the scene of the crime, and Osha tells them the poison vial smells of Bunta. This is from her hometown. They visit the apothecary as Osha wears a wire on the poison maker, who admits May killed Torben and that their master will be pleased. So they have it all on tape now.
This is another thing. He says that happened. Can any of you fucking prove that, or are you just going to take his word on it? If he said that Hitler killed them, would you believe him? Like, I don't. This is the depth of their research. They don't really do anything. They're just like, yep, that sounds good to me. Yep.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
No, God
Marciano.
damn it, ads. All this blonde chick's looking nice.
The shop very quickly, and he says all he knows, which is that May will be back tonight and that she's trying to get revenge on 4 Jedi Masters, 2 of which are dead. And I guess the others are, of course, Kel Naka, the Wookiee, and then Sol. Any Jedi who was stationed on Brendok 16 years ago. So obviously this is a personal matter to her. I'm assuming that those 4 Jedi left her to die in the fire. Or
This is a video made by Dokuman.
Thank you. Yes.
perhaps didn't save her parents and ended up saving them. Most likely, it's probably what it is. It's like an iRobot situation. May and Sol end up fighting as they stake her out, and he easily beats her. Yord watches from 2 meters away with binoculars to make sure nothing bad happens to Sol. That was a little bit funny during the live
I
stream.
thought that was funny too.
He's just gonna watch from afar.
He's just chilling.
Someone who's killed 2 Jedi Masters.
Just see what happens.
It's like, I'll just like sit up here and watch from the
We'll
bleachers.
just see what happens and whatever. Yeah.
Don't worry, Master. I'm right over here.
I'm not prepared to do anything to step in at all. I'll just
We have this Jedi Master killer, but I'll be watching.
He does force take away 1 knife at one point, I think, but that's not really helping anything.
Corner May when she uses force push to create some smoke and sand to escape. As May runs through the city, she steals a speeder, and Osha and her see each other, finally for the first time. Osha tries to shoot a stun blast at her, but misses.
I thought that she intentionally missed on purpose. Like, she looked like she was deliberately missing, but I guess
I think she just sucks, which I like, because it's like, well, you can't say this is a girl boss show because she sucks.
I assumed it was like, I'm going to make it look like I'm getting her so that she gets away.
No, I did not interpret that at all. It feels like she's actually, because she shoots her at her again and misses, so.
I don't know.
Because she's used one before. Sol speaks with Vernestra on Hollow. She puts a small number of masters together for a council meeting, and Sol says, look, we don't have time for these meetings. We have to find May and stop her from potentially killing more Jedi Masters. Vernestra says, look, it's one thing that your apprentice went rogue, meaning Osha, and I'm wondering what she means by rogue, because that's kind of like what Ahsoka did, I suppose. Well, she just went rogue by leaving the Jedi Order. So we'll see if Osha actually went crazy or something. And then Vernestra says it's another thing that an outsider is killing Jedi, so we need to have this meeting. So maybe now we're going to get to see
an insider was like Palpatine.
Jedi Council. She said it's not the whole council, but just a few of them. And I'm wondering if Yoda is going to be in this meeting at all, or if he's going to be mentioned. I feel like something like this would
That's the High
definitely be brought
Council.
to
We
Yoda's
need
attention.
to talk to the little
As
council.
May meets with who I call Snape, the potions master, she's informed of Kel Naka's whereabouts on Kofar. It kind of sounds like Kashyyyk. So, Wookiees live in forest planets, dense forest planets, which is the next scene that we see. We jump to the forest planet of Kofar as we see Kel Naka take out some hunters, pulling their blaster to him with the Force. It's always fun to see a Wookiee Jedi. The last time we saw this was an animated form in the Clone Wars with Gungi, or I guess now in the Bad Batch. Overall, second episode was not as fulfilling as the first, and that's really not saying too much in my opinion. But hey, if you liked the first 2 episodes, kudos to you. I think it's a bit of a boring story. I think we should have been much more entranced and gotten used to the main Jedi characters for like an episode or 2, and then start killing them off once we're invested in them. I think that would make the deaths much more meaningful and impactful and exciting. I'm sure I'm going to have a lot more to say, but this is essentially the breakdown. As for
all right, thank you, Star Wars Theory. Now let's go look at a 0. See if he's covered this yet.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but I'll be watching this on my phone, so just play it, whatever, and I'll still be watching. BRB.
Wait, I'm not watching a live stream clip. Geez, that idiot Benny Johnson. I'm gonna see what Echo Base thinks. I feel like they have a more well-rounded take. Let's see. Videos. Huh, that sounds interesting. Oh, see, it's funny because everyone's pushing Doomcock and his dog shit. George is coming back, you know. It's like, no, he sold his shit for billions. He's not coming back. All right, let's see what they're saying about Shield. Oh, well, before, I guess to possibly counter their take, I saw this article. I haven't read it yet. Let's look at it. It is from Forbes. We thought it sucked. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Cullyhan? Good to see you here. Yeah, it's a way later stream for me than I expected, but I slept all day after my stream. Enduring Yaira for you people, and for, of course, God. God sends me to detract, so. But I want to look at this Forbes article because it's not pulling any punches from its title, and then we'll contrast it with what Echo Base is reporting on. Let me present it. And we pull this comment down, so we'll look at it. All right. Critics must be crazy. The Acolyte is just another mediocre Star Wars show. This is from Eric Kane, senior contributor. The critics must be crazy. I said it before. I'll say it again. This time, it's Star Wars The Acolyte that has aroused the profoundly odd sensibilities of the professional media class. That and the broken aggregation system that is Rotten Tomatoes. Jesus Christ. The latest show from the House of Mouse is fine at best, but you wouldn't know it perusing the internet. Behold, the critics say 93, certified fresh. The audience says 39%. It's a wide divide. There are many reasons for it. We'll get there momentarily. First, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Seriously, it was a long time ago, 100 years before the rise of the Empire. The Acolyte takes place in the High Republic's final days, just before the long era of peace and prosperity came crashing down into turmoil and strife, at least partly thanks to the arrogance of the Jedi Order itself, partly too thanks to the mysterious new villain who we can only hope turns out to be Darth Plagueis. Oh, God, don't do that. It's a cool idea for a new Star Wars setting that before now we've only seen in games, comics, and books. We've been stuck in the Skywalker era for so long. Even a show like Andor, which has no Jedi, never mentions the Force or Luke Skywalker, still takes place in the years of the Imperial rise and fall. It's a breath of fresh air to see a Star Wars show actually branch out. I agree. Conceptually, High Republic. I think you just do like what they're doing with Daisy Ridley and do new shit after the Skywalker era, but unrelated, you know, just tell new shit that's untied aside from the rules of the Force. And, you know, anyway, fortunately, Acolyte retains many of the franchise's worst habits and does next to nothing with a new setting that makes it actually feel new. This could be set 2 years before the prequel trilogy. You know what? Nobody would be wiser. I wrote a review covering the first 2 episodes of the show before I'd watched the next 2. You can read that here. It'll catch you up on the story without too many spoilers. I was tentatively optimistic after 2 episodes, became more decidedly less so after 4. Quite frankly, even in the final 4 episodes of the season turns out to be fantastic. The first 4 will hold it back from greatness. And how often does a series get that much better in its second half? Disney and the show's creators have billed the series as a darker delve into Star Wars. Critics have echoed this sentiment, calling it a show that makes bold choices. Inverse says that The Acolyte is an experimental, galvanizing, standalone story that establishes a new caliber of what Star Wars TV can do. Galvanizing new caliber. Gosh, we must be watching two different shows. Elsewhere, we get such quotes as The Acolyte presents in its first few episodes a dashing adventure of mystery, action, immersive fight sequences, and a cat and mouse game that keeps you intrigued from one episode to the next. Showrunner Leslie Headland, best known as the co-creator of the Netflix series Russian Doll, breathes new life in the Star Wars universe with The Acolyte. Headland has created one of the best Star Wars series to date, making it a character-driven revenge story over one relying on copious action scenes, lightsaber battles, or legacy characters to drive the series. Again, I feel like I'm living in an alternative universe reading these, one in which being a critic no longer requires you to be critical, but rather rewards you for simply liking the right things and disliking the wrong things. Feels like I've been dealing with that for the last year or so with the thing called the Ripaverse, but whatever. One of these quotes gushes over the impressive fight sequences, while another says it doesn't rely on copious action scenes. But really, the number of reviews calling this some version of a compelling mystery or riveting thriller or Star Wars has never done this thing before simply boggles my mind. None of this is even remotely true. I say this as someone who has been mildly entertained by the series so far, and we'll gladly watch the next 4 episodes. But really, you have to be realistic about these things. The only ground being broken here is this cemetery where they bury our hopes and dreams. Holy shit. This guy, I like this guy. Nothing here beyond the era is actually all that new, and very little about it is particularly compelling or well written. It is, however, very, very diverse, and I suspect that this focus on diversity drives a great deal of both the positive critical reception and the negative audience reviews. When you commit so utterly to making a social cause the thing that defines your show, you effectively guarantee that it becomes just another shouting match in the never-ending culture wars. As I've noted elsewhere, there are better ways to approach this. Andor. I'm only halfway through it. Andor's just fucking boring. It's well made, but it's fucking boring for Star Wars. Many positive critic reviews are less crazy, however. They're marked fresh on Rotten Tomatoes, but they include phrases such as, "The Acolyte doesn't really offer anything new to the universe in the way that Andor did. Ultimately feels a bit forced. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible. This is the worst we've seen from Star Wars TV." Or this is not the worst thing we've seen from Star Wars, nor is it the best. There are a ton of these, and because Rotten Tomatoes is a binary, rotten or fresh, there's no middle ground upon which they can fall. Another juicy tomato. Many critics don't even pick whether their review should be regarded as fresh or rotten. They have that option, but Rotten Tomatoes can just pick that for you instead. I discuss other issues with the reviewer aggregate in the video below. The Acolyte is bombing with audiences. Audience scores reflect another extreme. At 39% as of this writing, the show, societally rotten. Is that an accurate representation of actual audience opinions? Are people just mad because the Acolyte is so diverse? The Star Wars Reddit doesn't seem too upset or too thrilled. I get an overall sense of meh. Maybe not 39, but far from 93. Whatever you might think of this front, most of the complaints I've seen so far don't focus on the diversity issue, rather on the stilted dialogue, predictable plotting, and so forth. Mostly, longtime Star Wars fans just continue to feel genuinely deflated by the overall mediocrity and lack of ambition Disney is bringing to the table. A sampling. The show is watchable, which is an improvement over Obi-Wan and the listless Ahsoka, but there's no sign of genuine creative ambition in the show, and it suffers from the same sense of weightlessness and lack of dramatic sense as Ahsoka. The characters don't grab my interest, and I haven't spent 2 seconds thinking about the plot during or after watching. This is as bad as you've heard. Visually, it looks okay, I guess. The fights are fine, but being massively overrated by Disney-friendly media. The rest is a garbage fire. Terrible acting, weird pacing, bargain basement writing, and pointless changes to the Star Wars mythology. It just feels wrong throughout, even compared to other Disney Star Wars. Having thus far watched the first 2 episodes, the show is very like a lot of folks are saying. The score is fantastic. It's probably the highlight, but good sound can't carry a show. Thus far, the characters are all a bit bland. I'm hopeful of further character development in the next episode. So I'll say I think Amandla Stenberg is fine for what they've given her. She'd probably be a lot better. Is my guess. I don't know of anything else she's been in. And Master Soul from Squid Game, he's fairly compelling thus far. I believe his portrayal. That's what I'll say. We're almost done. I'll have more to say about the core fundamental problems of the Acolyte in a separate post that I've watched the first 4 episodes, but I have to largely agree with these commenters. It's just incredibly underwhelming. The critics gushing praise reviews sound so out of touch with Stars and its fandom and what makes it tick, and really out of touch with good writing in general. The Acolyte is just okay. It might get better. It might get worse. Maybe the back half of the season will blow our minds, but right now it's just a deeply bland Star Wars series with some cool fight scenes and a handful of cool characters. I'm afraid will ultimately be wasted, just like the cast of the sequel trilogy. I've written about this before, and I'll say it again. Relentless mediocrity is what's killing Star Wars and Marvel and DC and so much pop culture. Majority of Disney Star Wars shows and movies have been watered down and disappointing affairs that seem to want to capitalize on the property without bothering to understand what makes us love it to begin with. They have just enough redeeming qualities to prevent them from being truly terrible. Mostly, they're just bland and forgettable and lacking the great charm and heroics to make the original trilogy such an iconic entry in the history of cinema. What a shame. Could have been so much better, so much more. The unlikely existence of Andor proves my point. A diamond in the rough, or as the Mandalorian put it, this is the way. So I like this guy. I'm going to reach out to him. He's got 15,000 subs, so he's not such a hard guy. I'll look over his channel and reach out to him. Be like, hey, man, read your article. Seemed pretty fair, maybe more than it should be. Let's talk pop culture. So let's see what you people in the chat are saying. When it comes to the Acolyte, I'd rather watch the 2010 Iron Bowl than the 2013 Iron Bowl. Roll Tide. Yeah, this is an amazing article. I'll have to do a concise video to the camera for this because that was fucking good. Yeah, I hope this article makes the rounds and we start lifting this Eric Kane, I think is his name. That was good. Let me see where. Yeah, here is his Rotten Tomatoes video, so you can go find him. Let me see if he's got a link to like Twitter or anything. Come on, Mr. Eric King. 6 more links. Twitter. Okay. Go. All right, let me pull up Echo Base. Yeah, that's been the annoying thing with Riververse is it's every day there's trash casting related stuff, and haven't been able to really delve into. I haven't like really put any attention on Acolyte before watching it, and I was kind of perfect audience to sell this to because like conceptually I like the idea. It's new open world play within Star Wars within reason, and yeah, they have not won me over for sure. Present. There we go. So this is some Echo Base. I'm going to speed a bit. Let's do 1.5, see how it is.
So now I'm back. I have rejoined the fold. I was on vacation. Now it's time to get into Acolyte. Nick's already been doing it. He's been on the front lines fighting the war about the Acolyte and everything going on. This isn't going to be as much of a review of the first 2 episodes. We're going to do that tonight on our live stream, and members will be joining us as well. We'll give some thoughts about the show, but man, the fallout online, Nick, and the way that this show is being conceived. You've got your shills, and then you've got total opposite end of the shills. You've got your review bombers, and it's really funny how the shills are basically saying, this show is fantastic. This show's a 100 out of 100. This is the best Star Wars that we've gotten under the Disney banner. And I just don't understand why they're review bombing it. It's absolutely crazy. And if you look at the scores, I'm going to go ahead and share this real quick. Take a look right here over at Rotten Tomatoes. It just hit its all-time low so far in the last 3 days. It's 93% critically, but it's 30%. It's 30% from the audience. So it is absolutely being review bombed. Now we know that, but when we say review bombed, let me clear that up real quick. I mean, the show sucks, and that's why it's being review bombed. Everybody's heading over there. Like, Did some people review it and it's not as low as 30%? Maybe some people are reviewing it without even watching it. Maybe people just hate watching it and giving it a terrible review. Yeah, there are probably some people doing that. But Nick, how can you justify? Let me share the screen again. 93% of critics gave it a fresh. Are you kidding me? There's just no way.
No. And from what we've heard from the people who know what's going to be happening in the show coming up,
oh boy,
these first 2 episodes are the best 2 episodes of this whole show. In these first 2 episodes, even if you're being just extremely nice and trying not to be negative at all, there's no way this thing's even close to a 93%.
No way. You're telling me that this show's better than Mando? Season 1 and 2?
Yeah, no way.
Like 93%? Are you serious?
Yeah, so is it being positively review bombed by critics? I mean, I could argue that point.
I just don't put any stock into
doubt.
Rotten Tomatoes, so I don't know.
Well, it depends. Like, this is because of the diversity, because you got people that are going to attack it because they're saying it's the gayest Star Wars. There's representation, so there's going to be review bombing for that. And then because there's the anti side that kind of, irregardless of actual merit of the story, they hear gay, so they're going to review bomb it, like Nerdrock and company. You have shills that hear diversity. Well, that instantly makes it good, even if they actually don't like the story or aren't compelled. They're not really fans. They don't buy the merch. They don't buy statues, the books, the comics, because it's not actually interesting. They're going to pretend. So it's like pretending for non-story reasons on both fucking sides. This is the problem with the culture war shit.
I feel like that's why looking at the numbers don't really matter for Rotten Tomatoes.
Generally,
for all those reasons.
Even though Rotten Tomatoes has been compromised since 2019 with Captain Marvel shielding it, generally, Rotten Tomatoes has been consistent, a place to go and like kind of get a feel of what to expect. Like, is this worth checking out or not? Generally, it has. If it's been a non-culture war topic, you can kind of get a good gauge off Rotten Tomatoes. But yeah, anything, they kind of screw themselves, because when you hear all this politically charged rhetoric around a project, pro and con, you're going to see the critical score be probably, unless it's just so obviously bad, they will then give it like a middling score, which is still trick you. That's been the problem. So I think it's valid to look at those scores to show, like, look, shielding bad things for woke reasons, which only hurts. Like, this is the problem I have trying to be like objective and critical, is when you like shield and promote dog shit like this, you hurt the minorities you're trying to promote, because as soon as it's the meme, oh, you should just make them all black and trans and non-binary, like, because like you've memed the minorities as like instant dog shit for a project. And
yeah,
I see this with Grace Randall. She's like, oh, we need more representation, or and she'll like kind of play softball when there is representation of diversity for bad things or lukewarm things at best. It's like, you're not helping the case. If I see white people in the thing, especially if you like critics are review bombing it, I'm like, that's probably a good thing. I'll check it out. So again, it's both ways. I hate the zeros, but I also hate the shills. I just want good media. You're going to win more people over to like have at least tolerance of trans, because that's a big argument of like, is it valid, is it mental illness, etc. You're going to like assuage people way more to tolerate, if not full on accept, if you actually criticize them appropriately.
That the shills are, that's exactly what's happening. So there's an article right here from a shield site, Star Wars Newsnet. They're always, everything breaking, they're there to cover it. And that's good, but you got to know they're shills to the max. They love it. There's no such thing as bad Star Wars. They've never really criticized or been critical of anything Disney Star Wars. They love it all. They are consumers to the max. So the Acolyte is well received by critics on Rotten Tomatoes. Audience score plummets. And I want you to look at what this site does, because this site mirrors the shield mindset. This is what you see on Twitter. This is how they are. So the article is written talking about how the show was well received by critics, 93%. We just showed you over on Rotten Tomatoes. But it says audience score plummets. Okay, and here's what they say: They say there's obviously a large portion of the fan base who is always going to review bomb this show based on its diversity and/or some of the comments made by the creators leading up to it, which that certainly didn't help, by the way.
I agree. I actually agree with that comment, though. I think that is part of the truth of the score by audience. Is I said Star Wars is gay, and wokeness shares it. Probably leads to TikTok or at least related types of accounts. They're all attacking it by sharing, it's gay. Drunk to be like, it's not family friendly because why are you promoting gay? It's like, some kids have gay parents. Marriage equality happened 10 years ago. Not like it, cannot be part of your moral outlook, but it is a reality in our secular government. And so it should kind of be a non-factor.
Yeah.
Out on social media, the show held a 48% audience score at the time of release, which is suspicious in its own right. And that's fair. There were fan screenings right before the show hit Disney Plus, but we'll assume that people having that experience were, for the most part, not going to give it a 1-star rating coming out. Other accounts who rated The Acolyte have also never rated any other title on the site. Still reading through the user reviews on the site, a large part of them, or at least disguised as rational arguments. They say disguised as rational arguments. The overall score has also went down as more people submitted their ratings after the release. And besides that, judging by the reaction from the average viewer over the past couple of days, it seems like a range of opinions is pretty wide, perhaps more so than with Ahsoka or Andor. No, actually, the majority of people are hating this show. And here's the thing that this Shield website misses. The Shields, you are just going to give it positive no matter what, and you don't take that into account. But you're gonna throw shade at fans who are going out and voicing their displeasure with this show, and then you're going to say that it's disguised as a rational argument. Come on, man. That's
a good take. I like
that
it.
they're doing that. The show is trash for a number of reasons, Nick. What are some of those reasons?
Bad pacing, bad editing, bad acting. Just to name 3 off the top of my head. I mean, I can sit there and name scenes, like, for example, just to give an example, when Yord and the other Triangle Head Jedi show up to arrest Osha, which is a dumb name anyways, in my opinion. But they show up in a Jedi ship, arrest her, and it's just one ship coming in, arrest her, and then put her on another ship that I don't know where it came from. I don't know where this prison ship came from.
There you go, rookie. There you go.
Yep, they agree. Just as lame.
And I have no clue where they went.
No, all of a sudden she's on instant transmission. She's on a prison ship.
Yeah, and then they teleport back to Coruscant, and then find out that this ship of droids crashed. Like,
didn't see how she survived without ejection, or what do you call it? Space pod.
Oh yeah, the escape pods.
Yeah.
So I mean, just the editing, and then in the same thing in episode 2 when Sol and May are having their fight, and then you got Yord up there in his balcony seat looking down at the fight. He's literally right above them. He's on like level 2, the second story of the building, right in front of them. But he's up there with binoculars, zooming in and all that. Like what are you doing, dude? They're right there in front of you. Yeah. You can just be like, hey,
a Jedi killer. That's my biggest thing. Like a Jedi killer, he's just gonna sit up in the bleachers and like, I'm doing Overwatch. And it's like, there's the fucking Padawans, the Padawan, the Fadawan. They could do the fucking Overwatch and be like, okay, stay safe, stay out of the fight. Kind of like Anakin in episode 1, where it's like, stay in the cockpit, Anakin. Why is Jedi Knight Yord just sitting there with binoculars? Jeez, fuck, like,
because that's funner. Apparently,
conversation, and then you see him use the Force and get her knives, and then you really see how close he is. He's right there, and he was there the whole time.
Yeah.
So a lot of these cuts and edits and post production and in these shots and scenes just are not well done. It's not well edited.
And Amanda Stenberg, like, oh my gosh, dude, I don't care about either character.
No.
Either one. I'm not interested or invested in either character. They took the show and they split the main character in half into 2 different people. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? Yeah. And Amanda Stenberg is playing. Oh gosh. Okay.
They have the same hair, everything. All these years later, they just look the same. They decided subconsciously, I like this hair.
F it. I'm going to say it. Amanda Stenberg, a person who in real life can be more than one person.
Yeah.
She plays 2 different people in the show.
Yep.
Who look exactly the same, by the way. Haircut and all, just like Nick said.
Yep.
And it's just like, the entire premise of the show is I'm upset about what happened to me when I was 7. And then when they finally get to see each other, it was so flat. It was so flat when the sisters actually saw each other and realized that they were both, looking at their sister when they both thought the other one was dead. It was so flat. It didn't resonate at all. And the whole attack me with everything you've got. But when she finally pulls her saber out, Carrie Ann Moss, who was in Star Wars for 5 minutes, when she finally ignited her saber, which she should have killed May in 30 seconds and been done with it. I don't know why these Jedi just play around. Like, it's sick. It's sickening.
Yeah, like I'll just toy with them.
Yeah, I'm just going to play around with them, until they eventually kill me.
Yeah.
It's just
And,
stupid.
and the tiny knives will kill you in Star Wars, but lightsabers won't.
Yeah. A lightsaber that we've seen what a lightsaber will do to a metal
blue.
blaster door.
Yeah.
Melt it.
Yep.
But nah, it is just ridiculous. But when she says, when a Jedi ignites their saber, it's the kill. How many times did you see a lightsaber being ignited with no fighting in this show? It seemed like it was every 10 minutes.
Yeah.
The lightsaber's coming on and nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Nothing. I mean, what are
they
we
do like to
doing?
do that.
It is actually just kind of stupid. And Soul's character, he said in the show, I saw Osha die. Or May.
May,
I saw
yeah.
May die. But then when he finds out that May might be alive, he goes, I believe you. Like, wait, you saw her die. How do you, what?
So why would you believe her if you saw with your own 2 eyes? It's like me walking outside seeing the sky's blue and then coach saying, hey, the sky's green, and me being like, oh, I believe you, coach.
Yeah. And look, and the whole cringe when Soul said, your mother's. When he said that, I'm like, come on, man. Why do we have to go there?
Yeah, modern day crap.
I just what? Be whatever you want to be. That's fine. But George Lucas never did that. Why is that in Star Wars? Come on, man. I thought this was supposed to be a kid-friendly thing.
Show.
I thought Star Wars was for kids.
See, got to hit you, Nick and Coach. You go on that same route with the conservative angle, which I get. I'm somewhat conservative, not necessarily with not so much so with the sexuality stuff. I get the perception, and I've kind of said both, that it is a woke thing, but it's also open in Star Wars that when you have Immaculate Conception, Luke Anakin, kind of all bets are off now for wokies to expound upon that. So if you're mad about that, you need to be mad about Immaculate Conception, Anakin Skywalker. Otherwise, it's a non-factor. And you can also say this is from Leslie Head. This is a woke decision. This is purposefully promoting LGBT, whatever. But the template's already established that copulation to conceive is not required in Star Wars. So you can expound on that and make it gay. That's good to see you're selling in the chat.
George said, I created this show for 12-year-old boys.
Oh my gosh.
Not adult lesbian women. He never said that.
It's just crazy.
And for the haters out there that are saying, people like you are just review bombing and just hating on it just because it's diverse and all that. You know what? We went on X-Men 97 ready to trash that show after all the stuff we heard about it. And it had a gay dude showrunner. It had a diverse cast.
Morph was non-binary.
Yeah, Morph was non-binary, all that. And guess what? We actually liked the whole series.
Loved the damn show.
Yeah. So that argument does not hold water at all.
But they're going to say that no matter. They have to attack any way that they can. And you know how many of these people that me and Nick hate? None.
Yeah, none.
I don't hate any of them. I think they're making terrible Star Wars. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
I really don't like Kathleen Kennedy, but I don't want her cat to get ran over. I don't hate her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I hate the job that she does.
I don't hate any of the people.
No,
I don't know any of them.
No, I hate Kathleen Kennedy. It's all purposeful. She's a witch. It needs to be removed. No, I hate people that seem to like spitefully. It's one thing to be like, oh, I never grew up with representation. I want to do my part. But you should make like independent shit more so than like try to like meddle with the mass appeal of Star Wars, Star Trek. I'm trying to think other franchises like that. Lord of the Rings, mostly. It's pretty sexless world. It's not really a factor. Yeah, I don't know. It's just I definitely don't like agenda stuff in franchise work. If you want to be, I've been underrepresented. Let me do my part to make people feel seen for our demographic. Make independent films. Make unique stories. Yeah, it's frustrating for me.
But they love to say that we're a bigot. But that's when you project your feelings towards a person. We're not doing that. We're talking about a show that's failing. And what's one way we're going to know it's failing, Nick? Merchandise.
Yeah. Merch. How the merch
sells.
Oh,
I agree that I haven't looked at. I don't know anything about these figures, but I went to Target yesterday, Wednesday, so it's the day after. Every Tuesday is like new toy day when you go to the stores. Generally speaking, for like Target, Walmart, Meijer, I didn't see any fucking Acolyte shit. You know what I saw? I saw Obi-Wan Kenobi Darth Vader masks. Like Star Wars merchandise has died. They're still doing cool statues and shit, but like the merch is fucking dead, and they don't put anything up that. I got like a Jawa baby. They did like a baby series of like stuffed figures. So I got a little baby Jawa. There's like nothing. They'll do like Darth Vader, crappy versions of lightsabers. They're not even doing the full $20 value lightsabers like they used to when we were kids, Rookie. And Darth Vader shit. That's about it. X-Wings, TIE fighters. They put no effort anymore. Let me see. Oh, you didn't like that? Okay, so you are logically consistent. So I'll give you that. I'm fine with it because it's George. He's echoing various mythologies, including Jesus kind of being the penultimate character in mythology with immaculate conceptions. But I like that you're consistent. Diversity means no straight white men. I agree, Yolanda Gaines. Independent stuff's doing really well. It's because there is no merch pre-ordered. Oh, only pre-orders. Okay, interesting.
Sales.
Yeah, and you can see right here, this is hilarious. The show, according to the Shills, is the best Star Wars we've ever gotten from Disney. It's a 93% audience rating, which is insane to me. Insane. Whoever scored this that high should never be trusted again. You just lost. And the
All
thing
credibility.
is, they do this all the time anyways. But right here, you gave this a 100?
Yeah.
What? So anyways, Star Wars The Black Figure May, $24.99. You can pre-order this item, but it's not going to ship until October 4th. Nick, I wonder why these toys are not going to ship until October.
Because they probably know all these people that are saying this is the best show ever aren't going to buy any of this crap because they don't actually believe it themselves.
Exactly.
And all the people that hate the show and are being honest about it aren't buying any of this crap either. So they will wait to see how the pre-order is. They'll make the 10 figures for the 10 people that ordered them, and they'll ship them out to you in October.
Yeah. So in other words, they don't want to waste their money on
which is funny because that's exactly what Eric July has done. He printed like 50,000 copies of ISOM, and now they're just rotting on his shelves. And so now he's kind of learned. And so he's like, oh, well, once we get to April, we'll tell you how rare these covers are.
Right. Rare in quotes.
Because now he's starting to leak money. It's becoming very obvious. All of his moves that are different show. It's so funny how similar the Acolyte and the Rippaverse are conceptually with merchandise.
That should be a video you make then.
This is man, yeah. I can finally start bridging the whole
Rippaverse
my channel. The whole point of my channel is like Star Wars. Let's be critical and analyze Star Wars. It's a fun universe with some silly things here and there and bad entries, but overall, what a great franchise. Boy, we're getting more stuff from Disney. I can't wait. And then
now it's mostly silly things and a couple of good things.
Mostly silly things, and I actually don't know if I even want to put the time into it.
a bunch of plastic figures that nobody's going to buy because these things would be worse than the Reva characters.
Yeah, they would not sell. You will not see any sold out Acolyte merch in stores anywhere.
But
Ever.
if you do like rare toys, these figures are highly collectible for that reason because there aren't going to be very many of them.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, they'll make 10 and ship them out.
Yeah.
But the thing is, something's only as valuable as what somebody's willing to pay for it.
Oh, yeah.
And if the only 10 people are the ones getting this, that little circle, they're going to have theirs, and nobody else is going to want to buy any of them.
Oh, yeah. Well, look, here's the thing. If you're enjoying the Acolyte, that's great. We just gave you many of the reasons why we're not enjoying it. And ironically, a lot of the people who are hating on people being critical like us, none of the reasons that you thought we were going to say is why we're saying it. But I just don't see how anybody can justify this show sitting at 93%. That is so funny. And this small band of
really crazy,
shills
honestly,
are just rallying behind this fake score that means nothing. Yep. This show is trash, and I guarantee you there will be no Acolyte season 2. It cannot happen. I can't believe that they did this anyways. Nick, how about a Luke Skywalker show? How about a show with Rogue Squadron?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Yeah, I mean, recast Wedge's character and bring in all new actors and have a Rogue Squadron movie that takes place after Return of the Jedi.
Sorry, Nick. Tired of fucking original trilogy shit. Just do new shit. I'm optimistic to some degree. I'm just like, I guess, relieved of like, finally they're gonna get away from fucking Skywalker era, do something new. Even the High Republic, even though it's kind of like untapped potential, what you can, it's like it's capstone with the prequels, and like Maul and Sidious being like, oh shit, the Sith, they're really a thing. Oh man, we gotta act on that. You know, you're capped by that, and so everything that whatever threats you're building, unless you just do like, I guess, alternate galaxy or whatever, like they did in Ahsoka, you have to just limit the actual stakes of Star Wars. So it's like, it's already a kind of a flawed approach, even though it's like kind of cool an idea to play with a new era. Now you got to go forward or so far back to like the origins of the Jedi or the old Republic, you know? So that's why I'm at least optimistic of, or just relieved with Ridley's new movie coming out.
Where they're going after the remnants of the Empire and all that sort of stuff, you know, with some cool, you know, space battles and that sort of thing. You know, sign me up. I mean, there's so many great ideas that they could do with Star Wars.
Yes.
And they happen to be picking the worst possible ones. And I like the idea of doing something from a Sith standpoint. But we don't even know if this is even Sith in the show, because we keep hearing about these witches and all this stuff. I guarantee you, the main bad guy, her master, May's master, turns out to be a woman, and probably one of the witches.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah,
who knows?
No, so I actually want like witch shit in Star Wars. Like they have Mother Talzin. Like I love to see them dig into more of that kind of shit. Of like, we've only really gotten the binary of Sith and Jedi, and even when they tricked us to think we're gonna get new shit with the sequels, it just ended up being Sidious. So it's only been Sith and Jedi.
Yeah, but like Morgan Elsbeth is not a good example of Night Sisters. That's
Morgan Elsbeth. Hold on one teeny second.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like honestly, I have so little interest in Star Wars nowadays.
How
Very tiny.
dare you speak ill of probably the best female character in Star Wars, Morgan Elsbeth. How dare you?
Mm-hmm.
And look, she's got merch. I got it at the store, GameStop. There was no pre-order because people Star Wars
in the box and never
they knew people would want this figure. They knew there was a demand for Morgan Elsbeth, and I got her, which is really sad actually, because the actor seems like really nice, and she got such like a stupid role.
I'm sure she's in better things, probably, but
I'm sure she's in a better place now. No, Morgan Elsbeth is a joke with me and Rookie, and so when I saw it in the wild, I'm like, I have to get this.
Yeah, it's a meme purchase essentially.
Yeah, it's kind of like Yaira. It's kind of like the Riververse. I just buy them because it's funny.
Morgan Elsbeth is the funniest name, though. Morgan Elsbeth.
It's
a little Asian woman.
Let me pull up the Ahsoka opening crawl text because
evil sorceress Morgan Elsbeth.
I love the opening crawl of let's see. Okay. I'm trying to make sure I have the whole thing because it's like any picture I find doesn't have the whole thing, which is annoying. All right, let me read it to you. The evil galactic empire has fallen, and a new republic has risen to take its place. However, as Dokuman would say, sinister agents are already at work to undermine the fragile peace. A plot is underway to find the lost Imperial Grand Admiral Thrawn and bring him out of exile. Once presumed dead, rumors are spreading of Thrawn's return, which... where is it? Which would galvanize the Imperial remnants and start another war. Former Jedi Knight Ahsoka Tano captured one of Thrawn's allies and learned of a secret map which is vital to the enemy's plan. Ahsoka now searches for the map as her prisoner, Morgan Elsbeth, is transported to the New Republic for trial. ...
Yes.
So it was at that moment I knew how important Morgan Elsbeth would be.
Yes.
The most beautiful woman in Star Wars.
Morgan Lesbo. So they
It's funny. I was looking at this Eric Kane guy, and so it's making the rounds thanks to Ian Miles Chong and shit. That there's like this real fat chick is Miss Alabama, and so apparently the actual Miss Alabama is Diane Westhoven, who looks like, you know, a beauty pageant model. And so, yeah, Ian is using a less prestigious competition to fool his followers and fat shame at the same time. What a cool guy. Yeah, I hate Ian Miles Chong. It's funny, too, because he keeps trying like this pro-Israel shit, trying to shill to, like, conservatives when, like, he's, I think, like, Malaysia or Philippines or something. They're, like, super anti-Israel to the point where it's like, how are you posting this shit in your country? Yeah, let me see what oh yeah, I think I might say it for another stream, but let me look at some of the stuff I shared myself. I guess I gotta look at your boy Zach, his channel, because someone shared a post of his, which I like how he's kind of going rogue against the Zeros.
But he is a zero in his own right.
I don't like him as a pussy, but when he's got it right, he's got it right. Okay, so look, there's this interview of Amanda Stenberg going around. That's the Acolyte chick, the black chick, from 5 years ago, apparently, that people have dug this up. They're taking an 18-second clip, and that's what Zach says. I proved that the 18-second cherry-picked clip of Amanda Stenberg on the Daily Show, it's a completely different context when you see the 2 minutes afterwards. Then people say what she says before must have been anti-white. So here's the entire video. Hallucinate as you see fit. But it's funny because someone shared this. There's some post he has. He's been posting a lot. He's using like his community tab as like a Twitter.
Okay.
Which is kind of annoying. So I'm trying to find where this post is going to read. Okay, I found it. All right. Let me share it. And I think he just really hits the nail on the head here. All right. So Comics Matter with your boy Zach. When the movie you were never going to see anyway fails and the talented director who made it will never get a similar budget again, half of Hollywood blue-collar workers are currently unemployed, but the executives you hate are still employed and giving each other bonuses because they will handle the shortfall in revenue by cutting budgets for everything and spamming out a bunch of reality shows. That's what you call victory. I got to give that a like. Hit the nail on the head there, Zach. And if you don't know what he's talking about, specifically, I don't know if you saw it, but he's kind of campaigning for Furiosa. Furiosa, a Mad Max saga film. People really triggered that they even called it Mad Max Saga, which is like it's part. Mad Max is the name of like that's the franchise. It's Mad Max franchise. She's a character in it, and so it gave her a prequel spinoff. And it's pretty fucking good. It's exactly opposite of Girl Boss. If you supposedly, in your defense of you don't hate women, you supposedly like Terminator, you supposedly like Alien and any other more old school Underworld, Hunger Games, even whatever, of women lead characters. And then somehow you're also calling Furiosa Girl Boss. It's exactly opposite. It's probably the like most rough I've seen a woman suffer in a movie, at least a mainstream movie. It's really good. She earns everything she gets, and it's thanks to men that she earns it throughout. It should be something that all of us are promoting, even if we don't see it. It's like the message there. There's no message. It's just a good story of a good creator. And they're like celebrating bombing it. They're like even saying in the reviews, "Oh, it's actually really good," but like they're just ham-fisted trying to say it sucks to make their super chats and misinform their audience with their kind of Star Wars is dead shit. It's unfortunate. I like how Zach is hitting back at this stuff. So don't like the guy. He's a bitch who caved when he should have stood his ground for Comicsgate. They had his back. He didn't fall through. So he's a bitch. Eternal will never back him. But when I see these kind of things, I will say he's got it right. And I appreciate it. So, because other people still value him. And I like that he's kind of on this like solo crusade. Let me see. What else did I see? I don't know if you've ever dealt with this, Rookie. Let me share this. Here we go. Come on. Why is my shit slow? Let me get rid of some of these tabs. Maybe that'll help.
Possibly.
Here you go. Kind of reminds me of shit. It's like around the tip of my tongue. Can't think of what it reminds me of. Damn it. Anyway, that was funny.
Yeah.
Oh, you might like this. A little animal footage for you, Ricky.
Yeah.
Yes. Let me see. Here you go. So it says, what's for dinner? Lizard. Ah, why you
Adorable.
got a little bow tie.
Very fancy.
And he just looks happy too.
Yep. Nom, 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 nom.
It's kind of funny because even though lizards just have like a set face, they can't really change besides like their eyes, they can't really change their presentation. They mostly seem pretty happy.
You mean nice and full.
Oh, dessert.
No, it's going to go right to my ass.
Like that all? All right.
Why we're still at the table.
I want to look at Yaira fan art. I saw your comment. Let me check it out in a second. But the fan art, this fan art is there's some good shit here, but this is like fucking laughable compared to the previous fan arts of ISOM. So everybody says, seems to always be crazy drama CG. Loved all the extra shit I got with Wrecked Planet though. Yeah, I think Wrecked Planet's kind of for me, it's narratively kind of a failure for entertainment, but of course the art's worth it. So I'm, basically ride or die with EVS if I have the money. But from issue 1 to issue 2, I'm like, what the fuck? Where is this going? This feels like just wacky, kind of nothing really matters DC shit, So maybe episodes or book 3 will kind of right this ship for me and kind of give me a more clear idea of what to expect out of this. But yeah, let's look at this fan art, Ricky. See what you think. Oh, they actually made it where you can look at it. Okay, cool. Because like before, you can never click on shit, and they never really put the like credits. Okay, let me see. Is there a? So I don't know what the fuck this is. It's like
I'm trying to determine that. I'm like,
well, it's
an
like okay,
image.
you got a collage, all right? So it's like fractured these different moments of Yaira, whatever, cool. But like, what the fuck is this?
Where should my eyes go?
This is supposed to be your hand. It says who is Yaira? Is this supposed to be your hands? So it looks like this is her hand, and it's like her arm. Well, it's all masculine looking, which is kind of funny because we joke about her being trans. This is fine. I mean, it's not great, but it's like okay, fine.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would sign it right on her actual body. You should, whenever you put a signature, if not in like a corner, you want to like line it around the main image. I mean, learn from like porn models. All these OnlyFans thoughts they'll, if not have like the OnlyFans tag in the bottom, they'll like have some sort of like watermark along their picture, but it's not blocking out like why you're there. So that's just my own annoyance. Other people may not care. This is pretty good. Kevin Sharp did this. First good piece here. Here's Yaira and her yoga shit. So are you going to read Yaira tomorrow, Ricky? So we can go on your channel and do a review, in-depth discussion.
I just see if it works on my computer because when I opened it on my phone, it was like I can't do that.
Right. So, pull it up on your computer.
Yeah, let me see here.
Oh. This. This is amazing.
It keeps on saying couldn't preview the file.
Right, but does it have like a download anyway page? That's what it did for me.
Oh, okay. I never assumed that it actually still successfully downloads when it says that it doesn't. Can it infect my computer with Ripaverse porn?
Wait to see if it works for you before we continue.
It's downloading.
Awesome.
Download sequence initiating. Response, why don't you ask me later?
Oh, that was a good episode. We just watched SpongeBob. Ice on. All right. Let's see what else we got here. This is awesome. Yeah, man. Anyways, it's really fun here. Like what y'all deal with in Star Wars, we all know in Star Wars with the shills. This is what's happened to the Ripaverse. It's a lot of yes men, a lot of safe spacing. Rip is blocking anybody. It's critical, even if they like are proven high volume, high price count purchasers. He's blocking them if there's like any criticism. He's real bitch made. He's completely shattered the illusion of like he's like a hard, gangster turned straight. It's real unfortunate.
What bread ass Negroes?
Yeah. I think this was made as like a troll fan art, but it's still pretty funny and good because look, it's weak little Eric with his arm hair getting taken out by Yaira. Wait, did you see what I just showed, Ricky? This one. Did you see this?
Hold on. Okay.
Look at Isom's face.
That's Isom? I thought that was like a fat Morpheus or something.
I think this one looks pretty good. Let me look up close. Yaira and Bloodruth.
That's all right. Yeah. I assume those jets above are going to try to bomb them because they're
hopefully to save all of us.
Tacky
All right, for
tick.
some reason, they have Yaira playing baseball,
Teehee.
evilly throwing a pitch. All right, don't know what inspired that. This one's all right. It's got the stupid Twisted Twins shit in the background. With their
For some
moon
reason,
crosses.
this file is just not like being accessible as anything.
Is it compressed? Because you might have to uncompress it. Yeah. So it's a zip copy, so you have to extract everything. You just right click it.
Downloading it again because I deleted it, assuming that it didn't download right or something because it wasn't doing anything.
I'm so glad I got this scan. It's so nice. Anyway, more art. Jesus Christ. It's like they're making this fan art, and it's like, why would I want, like, you're making fan art. It's like, why would I be excited to buy this chick? She's like scary. She's gonna hurt me.
Well, so what do I do? So I right click it, and it has like open with, that it has share, give access to,
extract.
That is not a thing on here.
On your computer, you don't have right click. It's a zipped file, right? So you right click it, and it should say open, open with, open a new tab. Well, for my computer,
it says like a RAR file. Like it is RAR. And there is no extract option. This is open with. It says share with Skype, move to OneDrive, share, give access to, permanently erase with WebRoot, scan with WebRoot, restore previous versions, send to, cut, copy, create shortcut, delete, rename properties.
We'll have to like StreamYard in private and figure it out. Yeah, let's look some more of this fan art. What do you think of this, Rookie? It's a light and dark. They put Yaira on the good guy's side.
Why would they do that?
Exactly.
She's a murderer.
It's like these people haven't read the shit. Like they've only seen pictures of, oh, that's a character in Rippaverse.
Well, I assume they're like, yeah, this could be a good guy. But it's like, oh, she almost killed Isom.
Here's Yaira.
That looks pretty good. I like this lighting they chose, and the ripped look kind of reminds me of Android 18 from Dragon Ball Z.
I'm not impressed.
I kind of like this look.
I don't like the style, but
I don't like the
cutesy
style. But yeah, I could see this being like a little animated thing for DC's
Look at her
high school
fucking
girls or
tits on
something.
this on the right bottom.
Gonna poke your eye out.
I know. But someone's eye out those. I like this. Let me look at the cover I got. I like. Yeah, I actually
don't like the eyes.
Sure, but I like the logo's bigger than the fucking page. I kind of like that. It's kind of more simple and retro.
The logo's good. It looks like she's breaking through some kind of ice thing, or
she's on. It looks like she's on the moon. To Earth's behind her. Here's Gyra. This long-haired trans
you feel
woman.
big diaper.
Yikes. It's all right. I don't like the face.
Looks too busy.
But what's funny about almost all fan art is like the ideas people put in fan art for Rippaverse, whether it's just to try to like get seen, win a cash prize, or use the supposed popularity of this IP to get seen, for employment with Rippa or whoever. The ideas people put in the fan art, it's like it's so much better than what they actually make. Even if the art isn't as good, like there's just way more effort with and it's what it says, like these supposed fans.
When they're literally using their imagination because they don't know what happens with it.
I mean, if you
So-
read the books, you kind of don't know much either. So
True, but you know what I mean. I guess we don't know what their yeah. Nick says, "Did you guys watch the X-Men '97 show?" I did not.
I'm a few episodes in, man. I like it.
It looks okay, but I just haven't checked it out.
I'm not a huge I like X-Men comics. I'm not like a deep lore knowledge guy, but I like X-Men. The concept. Honestly, the concept's annoying that it's Marvel comics with like Fantastic Four and the Avengers because they don't match at all. Like the stakes of the Avengers versus stakes of the X-Men. Like you watch the movies, just like the trilogy or the saga of X-Men versus MCU. MCU is way more entertaining, higher stakes of like galactic or whatever. And there is character for practically everybody besides like Captain Marvel. Good stuff. Thanos is a great like ultimate foe and whatever. And I really think they should have like take like a 5-year break from making anything. And especially with the acquisition of Fox properties, they should have just like stopped and all right, that's the end of like this iteration of on-screen Marvel, but like now that we have everything available, let's like just restart everything. And if you want to include previous actors, I would just do like some sort of like multiverse shit. But when you read X-Men, like the stake of X-Men is by most people they'll view it as like they're the minority, they're oppressed, but it's really like I view it as like EVS talked about us working with Grant Morrison on new X-Men. It's like, no, they're like superior. The question of the X-Men is like, do we actually take hold of our status or do we cohabitate? That's kind of the argument that for the Grant Morrison's eyes, like they're better. They're the next stage. We're old news. But most people interpret and write this stuff as like, oh, they're like oppressed, they're gays or they're black, that perception. And so they're victims. And that works for superheroes generally, like Spider-Man, where it's like, man, I do all this good, but then J. Jonah keeps writing me as like I'm a bad guy in the newspapers, hurting my image.
But that's usually like him trying to be a hero, while it seems like X-Men are like, I just want to go to the mall and have superpowers.
Yeah, it's like I just want to fucking exist, and people are trying to figure out like how to make robots to murder me for my implicit genetic makeup, and so that's my problem with the X-Men is like when they're in the bigger Marvel world, it actually doesn't like add up at all. It feels like the superheroes should instantly take the side of like supremacy, but they want to, because we got this, the whole thing's written for lowest common denominator in the sense that like I'm anti-democratic. The more I learn about politics, the more I learn about history. This whole American pipe dream we have, this like adoration of democracy is fucking retarded. This is spreading the butter evenly across the whole piece of toast. And look what society is made from lowest common denominator government works. It's only destroyed the value. The more equal America's become, the less we've become as a nation. That's not to say we can't be multi-ethnic or whatever, but what is America if everyone's American? If we're not like just finding ourselves as superior and better, if we're not like limiting people voting to people that actually matter voting, sure, it was racist. We can look back and say it's racist and sexist that only like white landowning males voted. But guess what? They were the movers and shakers of the country. And so like at best, it should be like the democracy should be limited where it's like people can vote on these things, but ultimately, that's how I view things. And so it's funny to like have this growing view of kind of Nietzschean view. And again, it's a novice view. I'm learning Nietzschean stuff, but it resonates with me. Reaching for like greatness instead of everyone's equal, then no one's equal, What are we making? And so that's the other aspect of X-Men that gets annoying. It's like, why would you fucking care about people? Why do superheroes care about people and the government? Why aren't you just taking things over?
No, I think they think that the inner humanity will make them not be murderers or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, people like to really like they get stuck on like, oh look, Magneto became exactly what he hates, and it's like, I don't know. I think Magneto has the divine right to do so. He's
A little more
literally,
nuance.
because that's like people are like, oh, fascism. It's like, but then like our side gets triggered when they say Batman's a fascist, that superheroes are fascists. And it's like, no, they are. Implicitly, this idea of like special people should like do things for everybody. Like you're putting the weight of burden on the special people. You're kind of saying they deserve to be in power. You know, that's fascist. I don't think fascist is good or bad. It's just a form of government. I think all government is somewhat fascist, because all fascism is like kind of all getting on the same page. Rome was multi-ethnic, multicultural, but ultimately the culture of Rome took primacy in the people's lives. And that's why it worked for like 1,000 years. Same with Sparta, because they didn't promote the plebe masses. You know, they were aware of the plebe masses. You got to pay your due, but they're not in control. And they understood that. You know, not, it's not just like landowning, but like people actually have knowledge. Like if you're a landowner in the 1800s, it means you have education, you have investment. If you're on fucking welfare, what does it matter to you when you vote besides, well, let me vote to get more shit for free? You know, that's the problem with democracy. So we empower trash, and it's frustrating. So superheroes are like getting into this like real world stuff. And I read superheroes that to some degree are playing with these philosophical questions of government and power. It kind of gets frustrating, especially with the X-Men, because the X-Men are so much grander and honestly like a racial or a genetic superiority idea. But then they always write them as fucking victims. And then they also don't match with the superheroes, because like, oh, Hulk and the Fantastic Four, these freaks, well, they're generally okay. But then, oh man, those X-Men, we got to take care of them. We need to legislate the X-Men. It doesn't match the world. But that kind of ruins my investment. But yeah, like some of the movies, you watch the movies, and yeah, like I said, Avengers stuff's really fun, really great, pretty good writing for all the characters. When you look at X-Men trilogy, especially, it's pretty obvious they're doing like a gay marriage allegory. The gays are oppressed. That's kind of obvious in the portrayal, but it's not really like huge shit going on in X-Men. It's like it's just so grounded, and everything feels like full weight. Even when it gets more fantastical in the third one, it's such a great trilogy, in my opinion. And I see that, and I'm like, how are you going to put that in Avengers? You know, it's like Civil War happened and they kind of just moved on, and then Thanos killing half of existence happened and they just kind of move on. Like the biggest thing is the terrorist that they kind of forgive in Captain America's show, the Captain Falcon show. So I just wish there was more real world understanding. And you're just never going to, the further we get where everyone that's a writer and creative is actually just went to college to learn things, which is valuable, but they have no world experience because they got to intern, they got to get the office job. So they're just around generations of the same kind of people. Jack Kirby, Stanley, these are people that like New York, they're Jews. So they're getting bullied. There was no safe space for Jews. You know, they're living in tenements and shit. People don't like them, and so that's where you get Superman and shit from these like kind of losers that have power fantasies. Like, man, if I could just be a power man and punch them, you know, I'd right the world, I'd get the girl. It's a fantasy. And yeah, when you're like living in a cushy life, you don't ever really think of grand what could happen stories. So I will finish X-Men show because I do like what I've seen, but I don't know. It's just, I know some people try to make illusions that what's his name? Magneto's Trump in the show. I don't know. But no, it's cool to see that you liked it, even though with all the you got hoodwinked, and that's what I'm expecting. I saw there's some franchise with like a new thing coming, and I saw something where I'm like, I bet they're just putting this rumor out, so then Nerd Dragon Company will report on it and get everyone ready to hate on the thing, and then they'll just be delegitimized by everyone liking it across the political spectrum. Like, wow, this is really fucking good. What were you talking about? I'm waiting for Hollywood to like figure that out, to like gay up the YouTubers and trick them to like cover everything. Like kind of like Doomcock, he got tricked into reporting fake shit, and now he's, you know, no one wants to hang out with him. Deservedly so, in my opinion, because he reported fake shit. Let's see. Let's look at more of this. All right, this is really fucking busy.
Oh yeah.
It's not great, but it's within, I'm assuming they're like kind of messy style, but it's just like, what is this?
Yeah, a lot of stuff on the
fucking
page.
Altona, Norfolka, Bloodruth, Yaira in the center, the Alpha Core. I guess this is Dokumon, Isom, and yeah, it's just like fucking
too many people.
Calm down. And also, like, nothing really stands out besides Yaira. It's just a fucking ugly gray mess. It's just amateur. It's better than the last one we saw, but all right, what's going on here? Oh, we got a team up of Yaira, Bloodruth, and Gading.
Oh boy,
what are they on? Like, this all takes place in
they are on one, actually.
This is supposed to take place in Dallas. Basically, Forest Park is Dallas. And like, there's no real like old school buildings like this. And you could say, well, this is taking place somewhere else in the world, but it's like, we're 4 books in, they've not left Forspark, much less besides like the castle, which you don't even know how far away is, and his ranch, which is, I guess, outside Forspark. It's just all Forspark. So it's like, what are you even imagining? You're thinking bigger than this fucking world is. This is a weird perspective.
Yeah, weird shot.
Because they draw her like she's tilted away from us, and so her ass is closer, but the post kind of doesn't actually make it tilted, so that's fucking weird. This is good style. Hair's real big in the 80s.
Very Super Saiyan-esque. She's going Super Saiyan 3, honestly.
See, I joke about Super Saiyan 27. I'm like, that's not how it works. But then you say Super Saiyan 3, and now I'm wondering.
Yeah, well, people agree
my joke does work.
They do go crazy. Well, yeah, but I'm saying that's not all they fucking do all the time. But they do have too many Super Saiyan forms. Everybody hates
like,
that.
Come on, what are you talking about? There's Super Saiyan 26, 25, 24?
No, worse than that. The worst name, the worst name is Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan.
I kind of like this because I hate the Alpha Core. They suck, and Ingrid is the suckiest of the three. And so I kind of like how Happy Yara is just choking her to death with her own tools.
The one thing I can't do is fly.
Is breathe. Oh my god, I'm going to
She has a lot in common with George Floyd.
I'm going to meme George Floyd on ISOM. Oh, they're going to love that. The one thing I can't do is breathe. I got to message that so I don't forget it. 1 second. This is God, Echo Base. You don't know how much fun I've had with this shit. And if you want to understand like my take, I was already critical, but it definitely like extra took off when around September last year. I have a video. It's like the ill-advised tweets, and you see my interaction with Eric, and it's like, this guy is bitch made. He's got a huge following on Twitter, bigger channel, and I'm like being critical, and so then keeps in his reply, he keeps retweeting me every reply, so he's trying to like expose me to his audience to then kind of like scare me with the like mass downvoting essentially, and berating his comments. And it's like, I've already done this shit with Star Wars, man. I'm not backing down. And he kept trying to move the goalpost. Ironically, Ripa was moving the goalpost repeatedly. And I think it's very, in hindsight, it's like such a like great little time capsule to understand Eric's a fucking bitch. All right. If there's one thing I can't do, it's breathe. There we go. Send it to you so I don't forget. All right, let's look some more of this fan art. I don't know what the hell she's doing here. She's just like, hey, jazz hands.
Jazz hands.
All right, we got Game of Thrones Bloodruth here. The colors are so flat, so that doesn't help.
Yeah, the
'Cause
energy
got
pops, but
nothing
not
pops because you
anything
got a
else.
dull green dragon
Just the electric energy.
with grayish green lighter shades over a grayish blue river, I guess, and dark green that kind of blends with the green of the dragon forests. And so the only thing that really catches your eye is the moon and her blast, and then you kind of got to like work your way in visually to see her and appreciate. Man.
Yeah.
Horrible color job here, man. This is all right, black and white, but we got I guess it's supposed to be Magus Newmite and Yaira, and the Alpha Core looks like Altona. You got what this ends up being Yantony and Yanessa. I don't know what the deal is with their planet of Bifrost. Everyone has to have a Y name, but it's really annoying.
I am Yames. I am Yef.
This is
It's
Yaira
not-
with what appears to be herpes hair.
Interesting choice.
Don't know what they're doing with that.
It's not herpes hair. It's a cold sore.
All right, this is pretty good. Sweet dreams, chilled.
Thanks for the heads up.
Heads you. I like this. This is good. This is a good piece. This is Yaira. More simple color scheme here. Looks like Yaira is ravaging someone's small business in their personal vehicle. So what a bitch. But I would say it's kind of true to the character.
She's participating in the yearly Summer of Love.
I think this is pretty fucking good, actually.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty awesome. And of course, that's a common thing I see. She always got kind of like a leg cross, so she is a lady. This is a good head sketch. Nice. It's from Anya Wagner, however you want to say it. Not bad.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. Gave her fucking giant balloons for tits. I am an insane jug enjoyer, so that's good. Which was colored, but I mean, it does have kind of a dramatic effect of screaming white woman in the sky. But it's kind of like, I don't know, you're doing this fan art, it should be kind of like making covers. Like, it's as a pitch, like, you need to get Yaira because look how cool she is. And it's like, yeah, she flies and she has plasma hands of ice and she screams and hurts people. And this is just fucking atrocious, honestly. Looks better when you zoom in, but like this is just too much fucking
Too many edges and blacks and
too many just little fucking things compared to her, like pretty.
And her
solid
color scheme blends in with the other colors too.
And it's like, oh look, like, okay, what the fuck is going on here? Who is this in like a grave that's, I guess, made of ice that she's murdered, and then she's decapitated Magus Newmite. Yikes. This is really fucking good. I like this. This is like I can see this being like Hulk art. Isom looks fucking jacked. Don't want to fuck with this guy. And Yaira set up like it's a team up. And this is really good. I'm saving this picture. The best thing to do as a detractor is to hire Ripaverse artists and fan artists.
Yeah,
that's my goal. Again, here's an angry white woman flying over the city. What is the cell?
You just said it. Perfect.
This is just fucking crazy. It's like she's like a witch or something. I kind of like it.
Interesting.
It's kind of metal here. I like it. I'm gonna look at this guy's art. See if he's on Twitter. It's Macabre Derek. Macabre Macabre Derek. I think this is him. Let's see. So he's got a recent post. Okay, so he shared some 12 hours ago. Let's look at his media. It's really heavy on the ink, but it's all right.
Yeah.
I'm looking at his media, so I feel like this is probably his best piece. Looking at his media, but he's got a variety of abilities as far as that's like some zombie shit, some venom looking shit. Just not necessarily my taste, but he's definitely got a range and an ability. I just think he needs to hone in his craft. And he'd probably be pretty good. Definitely understands anatomy for the most part. Acne hair. I think it's herpes hair. Not this piece, but the early one.
That way it's HH.
All right. Yeah. And so I'll forgive some of these artists because they've not had a fucking cell. They just keep saying, "Oh, the mysterious woman. Where does she come from?" Like, you're given a Dokumon card for a pitch.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like if this was Super Killer, people would call this lolly art. So, kind of weird guy. This is pretty ugly. Shit. Where are you? There it is. This one. This is pretty ugly, honestly.
Yeah.
It's just way too much abs for a woman to be.
Yeah,
I don't care. I don't care if other people draw women like this. Like see, this tells like a story at least. But honestly, even though she's more closer to us, Ingrid's more the interest in this piece. So I don't know about that. What do you think of this one? I think it's Bloodruth here.
Hey, it's like a plain old Jonah Hex with bigger lips slightly or something. Just oh boy, the ice arms and little prancy pose right there.
Either way, yeah, it's funny. It looks like he's like standing, but then actually he's running.
Hello,
He's like,
gargoyles.
"Oh, no, not these doggies! Don't get me, doggies."
I'm allergic to dogs.
I think this piece is an homage to a Marvel piece, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to look up this artist. I think I follow him, Jason Krager. Let me see if I can find his Yaira. Jason Krager, Yaira. You will be apprehended, Yaira.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of bored looking at fan art.
Well, what do you want to look at, Rookie?
I'm getting sleepy.
Well, then go to fuck to bed. Fuck you. I'm about to go to work, so.
Okay.
It's one of those. I slept all fucking day yesterday.
Yeah, you got all this energy. I'm like,
it's not that I have energy. It's just like I just need to be awake, and I got work in 5 or 6 hours, so I might as well just stay up and stream until I work.
Okay.
Those kind of things.
Okay.
So you get out of here. I'm gonna still hang with people.
Good night, crowd of people and poopy hair people.
Actually, I'll let people have an invite for a few minutes. I'm about to get off myself just for work, not because I'm tired. But
right.
yeah, you go away, Ricky. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Don't like you. I should have done the link out much earlier. But if you want to fuck around or promote something, hop on in for a second. Sleep is stupid. What's up, Nicole J? Let me know what y'all think of this fan art. I think this piece is pretty fucking good, honestly. I just feel like I've seen this somewhere. I feel like this might be like Mark Brooks or something. Like I don't know, like a lady character from Marvel, and everyone's like it's a paparazzi shot cover. I feel like maybe Mark Brooks or Adam Hughes have done a piece like this, but it's really good. I like it. It's from Sojak. Probably more of an anime style artist. It's not bad. It's just like there's destruction. And I guess she's a villain, but like the appeal of villains usually is like, I stole from the bank. What are you gonna do about it, Batman? You pussy. Especially if it's a woman, then you have the sexual angle of like, and they do it for a second in the comic. I didn't even realize it, but she like kisses Solari, and it seems to be kind of like sucking the breath out of them while they're in space. And also, it might just like unbalance him emotionally because now he's kind of aroused. So now he's got like mixed feelings. It's like Batman Batman Returns. I love this one. Science Woman. If that's not a woke pitch for a comic or new girl boss, I don't know what is. If you don't know, Yaira, because Eric Jai's such a fucking retard. If you haven't seen the trailer, you heard this. So Yaira is a biologist and an archaeologist. And for another professional at the Projexis launch of her like announcement joining the company, he's like, that's a bit archaic, don't you think? Archaeology? It's like archaeology is a modern fucking science for the last 200 years. It's got subdivisions, one of them being biological archaeology, and that is where you apply the study of animals in their societies, and you're trying to figure out how much of society is instinctual and animalistic that would always be implicit in our social interactions as animals, and how much is like uniquely human. That's basically the point of biological archaeology. So Eric's like, in the Dokkan, he's like, that's 2 whole lifetimes. Getting 2 degrees is 2 whole lifetimes. He's a fucking retard, man. It's just so funny to like have this revealed to us and expounded upon, and then just like everyone that works for him becomes retarded, even if they might have been good before. The Saskas, strangely, write a lot of shit in the Yaira book, like Eric's Dokumon cards, where he's the watcher, he's the omniscient watcher of the world, but he knows nothing. And it's just so flabbergasting that we were hoodwinked initially, and that there's still like 11,000 people happily supporting him. All right, this one looks all right from afar, but when you start zooming in, it's like, that hand looks fucking weird. Her right hand, the finger extended. She's got like super duper index and middle fingers, but then the rest of her hands smaller. She's got fucking ginormous feet. Her boots don't fit. They're all like frilly from being too big for her legs. I don't know, man. I might be being a bit harsh because it's fan art, but it's like, I don't know, man. You submitted it, so it's fair game to be critical. This is fine. Just the color around her feels flat, and also it's fan art. Like, what is selling this? Like, she's fine, but like, why is her hair up? Where is she? Is she in the sky? Is this an explosion? Is this debris? Is this rubble from her being a terrorist in Texas? All right, so this is kind of really busy. We got Bloodruth. The way he drew her hat, it almost doesn't look like a hat. And you got Ingrid. And I don't know what the fuck Yara's doing here. Okay, wait. So that's Ingrid's hand. But then you have Yara's hand right behind it doing like a star pose. Man, it's not good. Oh, we got here. Okay, this is cartoony style, kind of like Dan Mendoza, Zombie Tramp. I like this. I like Dan Mendoza's style. It's from Tentacle Pentacle. Okay, let me look up this guy. Let's look at his art. Tentacle Pentacle. Oh, look. They seem to have protected their account. Okay, that's a friends only. So he's got another one. Let me look at his media. You like Star Wars Legos? That's cool. Anyway, let's finish up looking at this art. Dokumon. Looks like they're trying to play with like a Marvel idea, Battle World, I think. It's not bad. I like this mat. See, this is way cooler than the actual Dokumon. That's what's fucking sad about the reverse is like all these people that seem to be supposedly happy fans or trying to get their art promoted. They actually are better and more creative than anything the Rippaverse. All right, so this looks pretty cool. Yeah, I was fighting a fucking Cyclops demon thing. Like a gargoyle goblin. There's a imp celebrating, tooting for her. It was just like fun and wacky. Oh, this looks pretty good. So this is what you can get away with doing like babe comics. You don't really have to try and tell a story. You're just like, look at this hot lady. Don't you want to buy it? But you should be trying to like sell more than just the chick. What's the story she's in? Oh, looks like they're doing like some sort of like concept here. I don't like it. Ugly. All right, this is fine. Like, Yara's like a happy babe. Nice big old hips, and it's kind of like a Bruce Timm style. I like that. That's all right. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Brian Solar looks like a fucking monkey here. And then Ricky Ritardo. Oh, that's great. That's fucking great. Oh, okay. Let's look at zoom in on this. I don't know what the fuck she's really doing here. It's not bad style though. All right, so I'm trying to do a comic page. So she's fighting Bloodruth over a city on her dragon. Okay. It's all right. I don't know about that. Some of this, like, are you even trying to win the money? Now, this is pretty cool. Bloodruth art. I like the contrast. This looks like some good, like, magic cards, some D&D, some fantasy shit. This is good. I like the contrast. This is good. Zayal, if that's your name. I'll be watching you with great interest. All right, so this is good. This tells a story. You got good art here. Powerful lady with icy hands. She's used some icy powers, and she's standing on the throat of Magus Newmite. And I guess his mask is part of his face. That's kind of cool. I don't think it's like that in the comic, but that was good. Good stuff there. Save that. Boom. This kind of tells the story of Dokumon, but it'd be nice if you would have got this colored. All right, let's look at this. Yikes. Ugh. They clearly have some talent, but it's just not showing through with this fucking mess. All right. I thought we just saw that. Huh. All right. But that was Yaira fan art. I think it was mostly terrifying. Hope you all survived this. So I got to reply to something. Conflict. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Thank you, Nicole. I guess I don't have anything to promote. If you want to support me, super chat's cool, or go to my links, my Twitter. I got a comic I'm trying to make. I got promo art that I've had made of it. Posters are already done. They ship pretty quick. That's the best way to support me. Get the most bang for your buck to support me. It's from my comic. Here's a link here. Nope. Don't leave. Let me copy. There you go. If you're interested, check it out. It's got the pitch for what the comic will be about. Based on a real news article. Meth Gators, my idea, my baby. And let me see. Let me check YouTube real quick, see who's streaming. Where we go? Come on. Where's my... What the hell's going on here? I'm trying to be more a conscious streamer and promote people that are live at the damn it. Go home. There we go, my subscriptions. All right, let's see who's live. If anybody, give you a little stream rate if they have that option open. All right. Looks like Comic Book Black Belt. I'm sub to him. Sub to this guy. I'm not sure why or what my connection to him is. It's Russell Leach. All right. So let me share the link. I'm not sure how to actually stream raid people. But here's a link if you're interested to keep, if you're up, want to watch something. This guy's live. I'm sub to him. Russ Leach is live. How do I'll have to look up how to actually like do a stream raid properly, but go over, say Angus raid, and I'll talk to you later. Maybe I'll see you in the chat. And biggest problem tonight, I think they're live. See you there. Oh, almost left the studio. Here we go. In stream.